This is Mary at TheMeriAtelier, and it is Sunday evening, March the 7th, 2021. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. Let's see if anybody's found me yet. I just signed on, so I'm a teeny bit early, about 2 minutes early. Oh, it says 6 of you are watching. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Mina. Hi, Christy MV. Welcome. Hi, Candy. So I have some things I want to work on tonight. I watched a little of Keisha's auction this afternoon. I did buy some trims from, what was her name? Started with a C. Keisha sold them. Then I went over and I watched Tanya for a little bit. Tanya was making a little mini journal. And then, yeah, I lazed around the rest of the afternoon. Terrible of me, isn't it? On a Sunday afternoon, being lazy. Just wait till summer comes. And it's on its way. Spring is on its way. They may not grow. Well, they may grow, but they may not bloom. I did get some bulbs, some daffodil and tulips, and they should have been planted last fall. But last fall, we were still kind of deciding. My brother was putting in grass and where the old shed used to be. And I don't know. I finally convinced him to plant some tulip bulbs. So even if they just peek out, I'll be happy. We've transplanted some iris that was growing there, and there are a few of them that are peeking up. So maybe they're going to do better than I think. Our daffodils are coming up, so spring it's on its way. Hi, Cheryl. Welcome, Cheryl. Mary, I just want to say hi. I'm at Keisha's. Okay, Angie. Keisha's auction is still going on. This is the last day. She goes until she quits. On the first weekend of every month, she has a marketplace vendor. I do support her. I support her because she supports so many of the artists who like to sell things, like Tammy Ward was selling some things, and Debbie Epps, I believe, and so I do support Keisha. So if you are wanting to see what's going on at the auction, you're free to hop on over. Let's see. Candy's here. Nina's here. Cheryl. And Angie is over at the auction. She says she can't stay. Rhonda's here. She says, hi, Mary. Pray you're all doing well. Hi, Rhonda. Hi, Sabrina, the mismatch crafter. That's how I feel some days, Sabrina. You'll fit into our group really good. Hi, Biz Up. Welcome, welcome, Biz Up. She says she's watching from the bleachers, and that's quite all right. Way up there high, I suppose. Those old bleachers. Biz Up says she's watching from the bleachers. Ashley says, hi, Mary, in chat. Hi, Ashley. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Who else is in here that I'm missing? Ruth Lamb. Hi, Ruth. And then Jersey. There's Jersey Crafter. Hi, Jersey. Hi, Sabrina. I said hello to you. So I'm going to work on this bag. The prompts, I don't have all the prompts done yet. Let's see. Background color. My background color was a light country blue. I think it was called Blue Bonnet, and I put some gold in it. We did stencil through lace, and that was up here, and I've largely covered it up. I wonder if I could go back and do that again. I don't know. I've got a lot on here. I'm pretty happy with what I have. But you're supposed to add the lace, and I can't find my lace that I stenciled through. So I don't know if I'm going to add lace. If I do, it'll be toward the end. And then stencil, I stenciled these white roses on there. Paint with a household item. I did this kind of a blue line with a piece of corrugated cardboard. Blue line going across there. Add dark blue. You can't tell it. It looks black, but these lines are actually a dark blue. And so are these. Well, these dots up here might be black because I put these, I think, on with the fine line paint applicator. But these I used a really dark blue to put these lines on. Add lines. Well, I kind of combined my add lines and my dark blue here. I remember saying that I was combining those because I was making diagonal lines with my dark blue paint. And so the other prompts were to thread doodle. Now, I started that this afternoon, but I didn't like it. I took it out. I absolutely didn't like it because this is going to be a project bag. And my threads were, because this is a pillow ticking, the fabric itself is quite sturdy, thick, and it's not easy to get my needle through here and get it through the paint. And then after I got on, I was following through. I was intending to maybe do wavy lines around my lines here, but after I've got this one and this one done, I didn't like it. I pulled it out. I cut it out. I did not like it. And then I think add fabric scraps. I'm going to add those flowers that I spray painted. And I brought them in here. They're pink. They're pink flowers, and I painted them, spray painted them with Tim Holtz blue spray paint. And they look good on here, but I'm not going to do that till last. So thread doodle, I may just change that to doodle with my pen. Now I am ready, and Becky's going to run. Becky's going to, good thing she's in South Carolina and I'm halfway across the country from her, because I don't have my sewing machine out yet. You guys, if you could see this room, it's just so crowded in here. And I just don't have room for it. So what I want to do is put the zipper in a different sort of way, a mixed media way. I'm going to leave it on the fold here, but I've got about 1/4 of an inch over here where this blue line is right here. That's extra. So I'm going to cut that off so that these two pieces are even. And then I have to allow probably about 1/2 of an inch for my zipper up here. And that's about 1/2 of an inch right in here. So I want, 12 inches comes down to about to there. So that's, I'm going to have to cut. I'm going to have to draw a line, but let's trim this up first. I'm going to work on this project bag. And then when we do the one next week, I will hopefully have my sewing machine out. I tell you, I'm slow with this stuff of getting out stuff and setting up stuff, especially when I know I have to find a place for it, and then I have to find a place for it after I get it all set up. It isn't like I have a sewing station. I just don't have room for all of that. So that's pretty good. And 12 inches down, if I leave room for the zipper 1/2 of an inch here, 12 inches down just comes right down to the bottom here. And it leaves me about 1/2 of an inch at the bottom. So it's about the right size. So the zipper, I'm going to turn it inside out. And this one I'm not going to line. This one I'm not going to line. I decided, who did that? Candy. Candy, Candy, Candy. Bless your heart. Bless your heart. Thank you so much, Candy. Let me write your name down. I have the... Thank you, Candy. Thank you for all the support. Thank you to everybody who supports our art channels. I can't tell you how much that means to us. Every one of us. So this is March already. And I need to work on... What's slowing me down here is I'm trying to find a good cheap price for 5x7s. And every place I've looked, 4x6s, I can find plenty of cheap places to print them off, photos, 4x6s. 5x7 all of a sudden gets expensive. Like, I've been pricing it, and it's all the way from 59 cents to $1 each. And by the time I do 5 sets of 50 of them, that adds up to a little bit of money. So I'm thinking I might just go to the library and see if I can't print them off at the library. That's what's slowing me up on these. So this is 3, let me get the date right, 3/7 Candy. But I have all your names down, and once I get settled with something, I mean, a couple, like I actually was thinking if I take it to a printer that they might give me a good deal on it. No. They wanted $1 a piece, and for 5x7s, and I just can't do that. That would break me in no time. So I might end up doing 4x6s because they're pretty cheap. I can get those for, you know, 9 cents to 29 cents, and usually 9 cents if you buy them, if you find a sale. All right. So what I want to do. Continuing on here, let's go back over to chat here. Make sure I'm welcoming everybody in. Thank you again, Candy, for the super chat. That is so sweet. Isn't that awesome? Hi, Marjorie. Marcelino. Angie says, Mary, I'm so sorry I can't stay. Oh, that's quite all right, Angie. You go back over to Keisha. That if I could be in 20 places at once, I would too, Angie. I understand perfectly. Ruth says, Mary, can you sew snaps on rather than a zipper? Well, I want to show you what I'm thinking about the zipper, because I'm going to have some fun with my zipper, I think. And I'm going to leave it on the fold. And this is where I tried to put that needle through, and it even poked a hole in my fabric here, which I don't mind too much, but I've got me a nice little hole in there, and another one there, because see, that's where I was stitching in here, but that's okay for this. What I want to do, and you guys, Becky, good thing Becky's not here. Becky, if you're lurking, close your ears, because Mary's going to do this mixed media style. I have to get the zipper out first. I picked one out, but I don't know what I did with it. Is this it? No, I think I picked one out for Tanya's, and I picked one out for Tanya's. What I did learn from Becky was how to shorten the zipper, and I'm going to do that. Let's pick a zipper. I could use a white one. I thought I had a blue one here. I do. I have a blue. Well, this is 10 inch. That's shorter than I want. Here's a 12 inch rail gray. That will work. So let me adjust my chair here. I think I'm going to weld my chair in the up position. Let me find what I want here. That may not be. Let me get up and go across the room. I know where this is, at least. Some stuff I know where it's at because I've been slowly getting organized, but I'll tell you, It's hard to organize when you use everything. You want everything at hand, and this room doesn't hold everything. Don't forget that next Friday night is our live stream hop. And we're going to do masterboards. And I've been researching masterboards. But and masterboards, to me, if you've done Dirty Dozens with Becky, you've done a masterboard. Because everything that I see on masterboards is, everything I've seen on masterboards is talking about basically a start to a background image that you can do other artwork on and cut it up into ATCs and that type of thing. But, however, and except that what's going to make our masterboards unique is we're going to do masterboards using things that we haven't used in a long time, that we very seldom use. So I have a couple of ideas of what I'm going to do, but not quite yet. I'm not ready to announce it yet. So this is supposedly a 12-inch zipper, and I'm not even going to look at the directions of how to put this in. So Becky, forgive me. And I'm not going to line this. Wait a minute. Cheryl? Oh, Cheryl. Bless your heart. Oh, you guys, you're too good to me. Wait, I have to get, as I see these come out. Cheryl, that is so sweet. And here's the thing. I owe Cheryl Happy Meal big time. I've got a journal that I made for her and an envelope that I've made for her. And it's sitting over there. 37 Cheryl. And I've got her written down a couple times, I think, in here. So you guys are going to get a whole set of my animals. I want to do a lion and lamb. Thank you, Cheryl. That's so sweet of you, and I appreciate it so much. All right, so instead of sewing my zipper in, Mary is going to tape it in. And I'm going to use washi tape. And I don't care because it's going to be on the inside. I could use this. I have this for the zipper part up here. Now I have to, and like I said, if Becky was here, she'd run. And because this is denim, this is bark cloth. I think this is more of a white denim. It feels like white denim. It's a pillow ticking. And this is authentic pillow ticking. This is not cotton. When I was at Hobby Lobby last week, I saw some of this print that looked like pillow ticking, but it was a cotton fabric. It was very thin. And this is more like a denim. And so it is not fraying up here at all. So I'm not even going to worry about turning this under on this one. When I do the one next week, I'm going to be more cognizant of what I'm doing, and maybe I'll actually follow Becky's instructions on how to put in a zipper. But for my purposes here, all I'm going to do is, and you guys, I'm not even going to baste. I was listening to chat, I think it was in Becky's stream, and Rory said something about basting tape, and I've never heard of basting tape. I've heard of the heat and bond, but he said it's similar to double-sided tape. Now this is not basting tape, but just pretend that it is. This is double-sided tape that we use in mixed media. And I'm going to put this down just to get my zipper on there, and then I'm going to tape this zipper on with this. Now I could probably even cut this in half, and I think it would be enough. Now I may fail at this, but see, I want this zipper to come right to the very edge edge here. And there's no way that I'm going to stitch over this after I put on my double-sided, my washi tape, because this has that duct tape on there and it is sticky. I would ruin a machine needle. Probably maybe even ruin the machine. Now the thing of it is, do I want my zipper's 12 inches? But it seems it's probably 12 inches from fabric to fabric. No, it's 13 and a half. So my piece is 15 and a half inches. So I only need 12 inches. I can cut off some more off of the side here, and I might do that before I put my zipper in here. So we're going to put it here to here. Now I got this little piece that Becky said you could put a piece of fabric on there. On here, she was talking about putting, this has a staple in it, or a piece of, no, it's a staple. Probably from the packaging. Let's get that out of there. It is old and rusty, it looks like. Let's put it in the trash so I don't step on it. Becky said that now I'm not going to attempt to shorten this one because this is a 12-inch one. That other one was like 18 or 20 inch. But she said that you could put a piece of fabric across your zipper here. And I could almost do that. I could almost do that and keep this. But then I would have about 3 inches that I don't need here. So my 12-inch, if I come 12 inches, let's get the zipper out of the way, off of the fold here, make sure I got it right. My 12 inches is right here. So I'm going to have a good, I could probably even make washi tape or tag out of that. So I'm going to cut it down to 12 because I want this to be a project folder. And it'll probably hold scraps. I'm laughing because I have scraps all over the place. I'm going to mark this at 12 here. And my zipper, if I put it in here, I'm thinking, do I want to put it there and there? Yeah, I'd leave. Well, if I cut this here, no, I'm going to cut it here. So let's cut this one at 12 and then I'll turn over. And if I goof this up, I goof it up and I'll have scraps to play with. So what's really nice on this is I can just cut along the line there. I'm going to have and I knew I made this fabric extra big. Now Becky said that she's planning, I think, on doing a painted piece next week. And she's going to put a zipper in. She did the tiny bag last week. And I couldn't be there because I was out of town, but I am planning on being at Becky's if she streams next week. And I think that she's planning on painting it on Wednesday. Now, this is all, you have to check with Becky first. This is what I'm hearing from her, and then making the bag on Thursday. So we're going to cut this down here this way, like this. And look, I have some to play with there. All right, now, and that significantly shortens my piece, doesn't it? And I think if I make it 12 this way, and I'm actually making it to fit this zipper is what I'm making it, because this was a zipper that I got at the thrift store. I think I can cut this on this line here. Now, I'm not worried about seams on this, the way I'm going to do it. And I'll show you why in a second. I'm not worried about leaving a 1/4 inch for seams because I'm not stitching this. I'm using washi tape. And washi tape surely should hold this because it is strong stuff. Fabric washi tape. That I'm using the double-sided carpet tape. This is the mixed media approach to sewing. And look, I got this left over. Yay. More scraps. All right. Now I can come in here and I think I want to tape my zipper in next. What did I do with it here? Barbara says, hi, Mary. Hi, Barbara. Chicken Pot Pie Society. Hi, Janice. If you goof it up, just trim it off and do it again. Yeah. So what I want is to get this tape right up, like I was sewing it, right up to the edge here. And I'm going to pretend this is Rory's basting tape. And I don't know if he was talking about, when he said basting tape, I asked him what it was, and he said it's similar to your double-sided tape. Now, I've seen Heat and Bond, but I looked for something called basting tape, and I don't see it retail. I don't know if it goes by the name basting tape, or if it goes by a brand name, or this isn't peeling up here. Let's get a needle. Penelope! Ruth could probably educate me on that. Basting tape. Did they mean hem tape? I don't know. Roy was talking about it. Okay, now I have to keep my head on here. Roy was calling it basting tape, I think. That's what I heard. He might go, no, Mary, that's not what I meant. So this is the top of my bag this way. So I want the zipper to go this way. So when I put it in, I want this. And I can just kind of, now how did I put that? Did I leave enough room for the, yeah, I did. Let's start at this end and put my zipper where's my, oh, I need the pull on the outside. The pull on this zipper that way. That's right. So it goes like this. Does Mary know what she's doing? Not all the time. So I kind of want to, I'm going to start it here, and then if I have to readjust it, I can pull it off this tape. And boy, that's going, I might have to pull it in a little. And I got tape on the zipper. Look, I got tape on the zipper. I should have put it on the zipper in the first place. I'm going to have to leave this little end here because this is right at, right at 12 inches. Now, wait. I got to make sure I know what I'm doing here. Let's see. It goes like this. This is the front of my zipper. And I want it to go on this side. Ooh, I put it on the wrong side. Let's take, this is, consider this experimental. $1.03 double-sided tape. I have to, this is why I should baste. Let's pin the zipper in here. So, because I'm sitting there going, what way does my zipper go? My zipper goes in here, right in there. And I'm going to leave maybe about 1/4 of an inch No, it's going to have to be right up to the edge. And on this, it doesn't matter. So I want it here. I'm going to put a couple pins. No, I can't do that because I'm going to tape it. I had it, and then I pulled it off to, all right, I want it like this. That's how I want it. So I'm going to set that there, and I'm going to put some more tape on here. Ruth is going, I'm sure glad she bastes. I do baste things because with all the flip-flopping back and forth, even when I'm doing my mixed media stuff, I get mixed up. Yeah, I want it just like this. So let's pull this off again to my needle here. And this is temporary, the double-sided tape. I don't mean this to be a, think of this as a basting tape. Only, I'd like to know more from Roy about what he uses. All right, well, where's my fold? I should have marked my fold. My fold's right here. So I'm going to put this right in here. And if I have to come back and adjust this, I can. Because as you saw, I could pull it completely up. So this is going to come this way, and so let's adjust this so it doesn't, so it fits the zipper. It doesn't run over the zipper. You want it right up to the edge of the zipper here. And this would be why I would baste if I were sewing it. And I do sew, you guys. I haven't operated a machine for quite a while. I haven't done a lot of hand sewing for quite a while. But I've made my own clothes before, mostly when I was younger. There, I'm pretty happy with that. That is as close to the zipper. Now let's see if it opens and closes. And it does. I might have to do something with the inside there. Okay, let's close it up again. Now, what I'm going to do with my washi tape is I'm going to leave that double-sided tape in there because this, like I said, this is just a project bag. I think I'm going to cut my washi tape in half because I don't need all of that. So half of my washi tape would be see if I can make a mark here. Right at the top of this gray line right here. So I am going to cut it, hopefully with my scissors here. I might have to transfer to my other ones. And I'm thinking that this duct tape is going to be strong enough to hold my. Now, if I was making this for somebody other than myself, I would probably consider sewing it. But I want to see if this works because, you know, I don't do a lot of sewing, but if you don't do a lot of sewing, this might be an alternative for you if you make washi tape out of duct tape. All right. So I'm going to put this right in here. And of course I dropped the other half of it on the floor. Let me pick it up. And I think that'll hold it. If it doesn't, I'll come in with another piece of washi tape to secure it down. But let's make sure I have it at the half here. I do. The half is, in fact, I might end up folding this under just a little because the fold is, or even snipping it off, but right in there. And let's snip it. I'm going to give myself a little leeway here, and I'll have a little piece left. Becky's not looking, is she? Becky goes, Mary, you're cheating. You're supposed to be sewing this. Mary's a rebel. Now I still have to make sure that my tape doesn't cover up the zipper, or I won't be able to get the zipper. And I have to be a lot more careful on this side because this would be a little bit harder to peel up. And I don't know for sure that this is going to work. I just think it will. Well, I have to be careful with how close I get it to the zipper because I don't want it to... I think that's going to hold it good. Now I have to do the other side, though. So this is going to be the issue. I might have to cut this now. I might have to cut it. I was hoping I wouldn't have to cut it. This has to actually, I could do it like, fold this over and do it like this. Now put that in. But that's a little bit harder, a little bit more difficult. So I do think I'm going to cut it. But I'm not worried because the same way that I put the washi tape on here, once I get the zipper in on both sides, let's do this open end here. I'm going to put the washi tape, another strip of washi tape, on the inside, half here and half over here on all three sides, and that'll hold it closed. Would it be easier if you unzipped it? It might. I think it'd be easier if I cut it. I think Becky had hers cut. Are you testing to see if it unzips? It unzips, but I've got some little threads here. It might be easy. I think it'll be easier if I just cut it. I think that's what I'm going to do. But I think that this is strong enough that I think I'm going to cut this little piece off here of tape. Let's put a paper on it and save it. Little extra piece here that could go on my calendar. Little piece there. So let's cut this in half. And I've got it, actually I've got a fold line here. Make sure I get it pretty even here. And you can tell Mary's sews like she paints. So right on, let me put a snip here, right on this one here. I'm going to cut it. I know you guys are just waiting for me to mess up, aren't you? You guys get me out of a lot of messes, I'll have to say. And I'm just going to cut it this way. And I think it'll still match because I painted it all as one piece. And if it doesn't match, it'll pretty nearly match as far as the top and the, you know, the borders and the... So now this zipper is going to go over here on this side. And I'm just going to match it up again. And I'm going to put my tape right here. My double-sided tape. Whatever I did with it. Becky's shaking her head. I can just hear Becky going, Mary. No. Get out. I had to laugh at her. Yeah, I was reviewing my chats. She knows I messaged her. But I giggled at Becky because she was talking to me, and of course I was reading chat, but I was way up above. And she said, hit that blue arrow and get back down here. Oh, it was funny. All right, now I have to make sure that this matches up. So this comes just a little. I think that's pretty good. I'm going to turn it over this way so I can see where I'm putting it. And I should have put that tape here. I can still put a piece of tape there, but well, it'll still go here, I guess. Right in there. And I got it pretty even here. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's pretty even right here. So I'm going to just peel off a little if I can. Do it Becky style this way, like she does her envelopes. And get this matched up. Right in there. And then as I go down here, now if I were sewing, I would probably baste this. First of all, because I've got a crooked eye and I hate pins. I'm always sticking myself with pins. I got pins in that clothespin bag that I made, and I still have to hand sew. I'm hand sewing it, decorative elements on it. Let's make sure that it's gonna, I might have to lift this up just a little. It's getting a little close to the zipper. So this is an alternative if you're not a sewer. And I don't want to say I'm not a sewer. I just don't sew. But I can sew if I want to. I need to get that machine out. Okay. Right about like, I just don't want to get so close that my zipper can't get in there. Right there, I think. Now let's test it. Pretty good. All right. So now I have my zipper in right there. Well, I have to put the other side of the washi tape in. And I put this side down. Let's throw that away. Let's take a little piece of... Hi, Violet. I can't see all the chat, but I saw Violet come in. I'm going to take this down so that when I put my washi, that will fold under. And I'm leaving the two open pieces here for now. Let's get this off if I can. And I think this tape is strong enough this double-sided tape is strong enough to hold things. And certainly if you want to sew through it and ruin your needle, you could try it. But I tell you, it would be pretty gooey sewing through that duct tape. I don't even like to cut through it with my scissors. There. Now we're going to take this other piece, wherever it's at, and we're going to put it here and trim it off. And I think that'll hold it in pretty good. And I'm going to do it Becky style, just a little at a time here, because again, I don't want to get it so close to the zipper that my zipper won't go run through it. And you do have a little play with this. I have lifted this off of the fabric before, but once it gets its permanent bond on there, it's pretty strong hold. And it's kind of adds a little decorative right up at the top of my zipper. Now, I don't want to peel all this off, only to the end here. And I can't see where I'm going. Right about there. Well, let's cut it. There we go. And I still have another little piece of washi that I can use. So this is the top of my bag here. I'm pretty happy with that. Now these pieces, what I was going to do was on the inside, and I could still do it on the inside, but I can do it on the outside too. I could even I could make washi tape out of these. Cut these down and put these here, make washi tape out of these and fold them over like so, is what I'm thinking. But I was thinking on the inside. I don't like it on the outside because it breaks up the pattern like that. But if I used a different color, the pattern may, let's see what I have here, a different color of washi, of fabric. What did I do with all my strips here? They're here. Let's see what I have. I made all these, yet I've got this galaxy fabric. That might be fun to put on there. And I have another strip of this, but I don't think I have enough to do both sides. I've got the Tim Holtz, but again, so if I put it on the inside, what will happen if I put it on the inside, my split sides will show. So I think I'm going to have to put it on the outside, just thinking through this. So I think I could use this, but I don't have enough of this. I have more ticking fabric, just plain gray, but I kind of like this galaxy stuff. And this is just project bag for Mary. And my zipper comes right up to the edge there. So I'll have a little bit of maybe I'll put a tassel or something in there. What else do I have that I could use? This galaxy, some just plain blue fabric would look nice. This black doesn't look too bad. Let me go over, this is what I made the other day. Let me see what I have on my stack of Lucia folded fabric. Every time I go over to my fabric, I call it all Lucia fold now. I have this tape measure tape fabric. This might be fun to put on here. I just have about a yard of it left. That works, doesn't it? Let's make some washi tape. I can use these for other projects. I've got plenty of projects in mind. So I only need, now here's the other thing. If I put this on the outside, it's going to go on all three sides. This is, I might have to cut this down a little because I don't like it being so deep. This is, hi Lisa. Lisa says, I love the no-sew concept. Yeah, get out the old duct tape and tape it together with duct tape. Becky, if Becky was here, she would be scolding me, I think. I'm going to sew one because I do want to learn. I want to learn how Becky does it. And I really liked when Becky showed us how to shorten a zipper. She told me verbally, and I knew what she was saying, but seeing it demonstrated was the good thing, to see her actually do it. And, you know, explain, visually see it. I'm a visual learner. Look what I have here. Look what I had. I had it like this. Holly, thank you for the candle. I'd be burning my desk down again. Now, I love Holly's no flame candle. All right, so this, let me turn it inside out again. I do think I'm going to put this tape on the outside, but to measure this good, I think I'm going to put it on the out like this to cut it. It just like that zipper rests better. And it's, so this is 12 inches to here. It's about 13 inches deep. And if I make it, well, let's see, these others are, let me reach for one. These document folders that I get at Walmart, these are Walmart. They are 12 by, and this is about the size I want them, because that's the size these are. And you know that plastic that I bought the other day, that red plastic that it was $3 a yard, for those of you who are watching my Hobby Lobby haul, that's what I want to do with that red plastic. And I could even use the washi tape on that red plastic. And I mean fabric washi on the red plastic, instead of being it's stitched here on this document. No, I think that's heat embossed. I think that's heat embossed here, because it's not stitching it, but it's got little dents in there. So I think it's heated. They probably had a hot iron that went down in it. But the reason I have it out is that I want to measure it's significantly shorter, but it's the right, well, it's a little bit longer. I've got mine at 12, and this one is about 13 inches. I'll bet if I looked at the label on this, it'd say 13 by, and the width is, the height is about 9 3/4. Now that's expanded. About 9 3/4. So I want to make this one 9 3/4. I can't add any more to this now. Let's straighten this up a little. So we're going to measure and cut at 9 3/4. And I'll have more washi tape. And that's significantly shorter. Where's my pen? And I did not make it to Becky's stream on Friday, Becky's group meeting on Friday. I'll tell you, I was tired. All that running around last week tired me out. But I'll be going one of these times that she has it. So there's 9 3/4. And I want to keep this as even as possible. It's not even here. It's probably not even. No, it's, let me clamp this. Hold it. Let me grab onto this. Let me clamp this so it doesn't move around on me while I'm cutting it. All right. So it's pretty even there, pretty good there. But now I have to mark it. Yeah. So I want 9 3/4 here. So I'll have lots of fabric washi. Maybe I'll repaint that and make something out of it. I want to work on my mystery journal tonight, Lisa, if you're listening. I decided what I was going to do with that. That I'm into doing this right now. See, and this could also be made into washi, but this is just the bottom of what I painted here. And I might see if I can take these leaves off. I don't like them there. I'm going to take these off. Put them up here on my lamp. I don't like these here. I think I drew around this one. I might go in and draw. No, that's fabric. That's fabric. I did not draw around it. Let me take these off before I cut. These will be put on my calendar. I was playing, but I don't have the patience to cut out 10 zillion of these leaves like I would like to. I don't have the patience. Mary's losing her patience for some of this stuff that takes a lot of detail work. And part of it is that when I'm doing this online, I don't want to bore you guys either, sitting there cutting all those leaves. All right, I'm going to cut right across here. It may not be perfect, but it'll be what it is. And let's see, let's make sure before I snip into it. That's pretty good. And my washi tape is going to be on, my fabric tape is going to be on the outside and it's going to wrap around. So I don't have to worry about seams. I'll worry about those next week. And you guys can teach Mary how to sew. Although I've been watching Becky's videos, and what she does, I think I can do. She explains it pretty good on her tiny bag. I go, yeah, Becky, I'm following you. I can do that. I haven't done it yet. I need to get my sewing machine out. Now, I think next Wednesday is when she's going to paint, but here again, now see, I lifted that up when I cut it. So it, thankful for me, I should have left it on the table. Thankfully for me, the bottom piece is a little bit wider than, I have to lift it up a little. This is why you use those blades, those round blades, cutting blades, you know. I have to lift it up to get my scissors under there. But it isn't going to matter because I'm going to put that tape around it. but I just want it to be a little bit more even, and it is. Alrighty, so now I'm going to turn it this way and turn it this way. I'm very happy with it, and we're going to make some washi. No, not out of this right now. I'm going to do something with this. I also want to satin varnish this. I'll probably do that after I get the tape on it. But I'm not going to paint the... Let's make some washi out of this. Now I know my width is 9 3/4 and my length is 12 inches. And I took the cardboard out of this piece because I needed a piece of cardboard for a household stamping tool. So, and I know this is about 36 inches wide, approximately this way. Just approximate. Well, this, and I'm talking one, not double, one piece. It's about 18, this is 18 inches. So it's about 22 inches wide. But when you open it up, it'll be 44 inches wide. And that should give me enough washi if I cut a 2-inch strip off of the top here. And this, of course, isn't on the fold either. Now this fabric, I got at Hobby Lobby, and it's nowhere to be found. Brother and sister design. But if you Google tape measure fabric, you might find something similar. I won't guarantee it, but you might find some, and I'm not saying where. I did see some tape measure fabric out there I liked, but it was out of stock. So, all right. So we're just going to make a strip of washi, and 2 inches. The last time I cut along that blue line. So I'm going to measure 2 inches down from that blue, and that will be just under this green line. And I'll probably cut even with these black letters right here underneath that green line. Let's get Susan's scissors out. I call these Susan's scissors because she gave them to me. They're my Sue's scissors. Sue's scissors and holly candle and oh my goodness. And I do have a couple of Happy Mails to open later. But before I cut this, let me come out and chat. Rather than talk at you, let's talk to you. There's Becky. Oh no, Becky, I'm taping everything together with duct tape. I can just see Becky shaking her head. Becky says, Lisa, has Tanya sent out the firm schedule? I did not receive one. They're talking about Lisa and Tanya's Streamathon. And I think it's going to start on Tuesday. Am I wrong? Aunt Beck, on Tuesday? Is it starting Tuesday? I had in my head that it was going to start Monday. But I was listening to Tanya this afternoon, and she said Tuesday. So, yeah, we do need a schedule to post. I'll post it on my community tab when I get one. Let's see, did Lisa answer Becky? She says, Lisa, has Tanya sent out a firm schedule for the Streamathon? I did not receive one. Yeah, Becky says, we better get a schedule. Oh, it starts tomorrow. Okay, see? And I thought I heard Tanya say Tuesday, but she might have been thinking about her, or I might have been thinking, because sometimes I get things mixed. You guys, sometimes Mary mixes things up. You guys know that about me, don't you? Yep. I don't mean to, but sometimes, and you know, I go back and I listen to my chat and I go, oh, where did that come from? That isn't what I meant. I've noticed that about when I re-listen to my chats. I'm going, oh, my poor My poor subbies. It starts on Tanya's channel. Oh, she might have said tomorrow, and I heard Tuesday. I'll bet that's what happened. Okay, so the Streamathon starts tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central Time on Tuesday. I mean, on Monday. Tomorrow at Central Time, 3 p.m. on Tanya's channel is when it starts. And if you go over there, then from there, they'll be telling you who's next. I think that the folks are streaming in segments of 2 to 3 hours. Now, I was going to do it, but I don't have my laptop set up. I don't have my webcam set up. It's just, and I really do think that even if I got it set up, I have lag time. So rather than try to come on and be a headache to everybody, I'll come and watch. Lisa, she said she would send it out and post it as soon as she hears back. Okay. Well, I know I talked to Lisa this afternoon. She knows about me. So I'm not the holdup. 3-hour segments, Lisa says. Okay, now let's see if I can say this correct. It starts at 3 p.m. Central Time tomorrow on Tanya McGuire's channel. And Lisa, if you want to put in a link to Tanya's channel, just in case there's somebody in here who's not familiar with Tanya, I can't imagine who that would be, but I do get new people in here. And I get people watching the replays. I get email, like today I got an email from a lady that watches my replays, and I didn't even know that she was doing it. I mean, she emailed me, and you know, I'm going, oh, thank you for watching. I mean, sometimes they'll leave comments. People who watch my replays will leave comments. But sometimes people, there's people out there watching our replays. So go ahead and put a link in there. And as soon as we get the schedule, I hope Tanya puts me on the list. Thank you, Janice. There's Tanya McGuire's channel. I will post it on my community tab too. And I'm sure it'll be posted in Phibbsville Friends Facebook group. And it'll be on Tanya McGuire's Facebook group and Lisa's Facebook group and Aunt Beck's Facebook group. So it'll be all over the place, the schedule will be. And it's a streamathon, like it's a 24-hour streamathon like we did over New Year's. And let me tell you, those can be fun. Those can really be fun. And they can be quite a deal to coordinate. My congratulations, I guess I know to say, I can't think of the right word to say it. Go out to Tanya and Lisa for organizing this, because I know I did the one for the New Year's streamathon. And of course, I was getting in touch with people from last year and that, but people from Dee Dee's group. But it can be, in order to get all the people in the right slots and get the schedule made up, make sure your links are all right, and you're pointing, of course, now we're just going to point to Lisa and Tanya's channel. We're not hopping from channel to channel. The people that are streaming are going to go either to Lisa's channel or to Tanya's channel. So that'll make it easier too. Hi, Lala. Cheryl said, hi, Elizabeth, welcome. Did I miss Elizabeth? There's Renee. Hi, Renee. Oh, there she is, Elizabeth Sanchez. Yes, she says, I would be interested in Tanya's channel. It's my first time here to your channel. Well, welcome, Elizabeth. And thank you, Cheryl, for saying hello to her. Sometimes I miss folks coming in, and especially if you're new, but sometimes I even miss the old folks coming in, the regulars. You guys are not old folks. I call you old folks because I know you, but if I miss you, it's not intentional. It's just that there's a lot to streaming. Let's let's see. Elizabeth Sanchez, you're certainly welcome. And there's Lisa's channel. And up above is Tanya's channel. So go grab those links and bookmark them and subscribe. And when the folks stream, whoever streams, like Becky's going to stream, go visit. There'll be links to her channel too when she streams. And make sure you go and visit their channel, subscribe to them, encourage them, give them thumbs up, leave comments, because, you know, that really, YouTube looks at that, especially over the months they look at it. And it does make a difference on especially if you're monetized. But it makes a difference of just encouraging. You guys are such great encouragers. All right. What else is going on here, Mary's talking about? Lisa said it's 3-hour segments. So we're going to get a schedule as soon as Tanya gets it sent out. Allie Kay said, okay, it's time for dinner. Renee is here. Hi, Renee. Ruth is here. Becky's here, shaking her head at Mary duct taping her bag together. Okay, here's Aunt Bex. Aunt Beck is going to paint a bag on Wednesday at 3:30 Eastern. And we're going to do another project bag. We're going to paint it. And I'm going to paint mine on canvas next time. And we're going to paint it, and then we're going to sew it the next day. And I hope to have my sewing machine out by then, because I do want to, I'm going to try to, well, I don't know. Do I actually want to sew canvas? I'll have to rethink that if I want to sew on canvas, because that's just adding an extra strong. I have to have extra strong stuff. I might find some just lightweight cotton again. And I think it's going to be a lined bag, and she's going to put in a zipper. It's not going to be the French seams, but it's going to be at 3:30 Eastern on Aunt Beck's Creations channel. And Aunt Beck, if you want to put your link in to your channel for Wednesday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Aunt Beck is doing project bags, and she's been showing us how to make all these little bags. And for the last couple streams, she's been doing this, and I've been learning from her. Okay, so I'm going to go back to work on my duct taping my bag together. Except I really do like how it's coming out. I do like it. All right. So I think I said, let me measure again here. Because with all of that yakking, I think I said I want 2 inches. So 2 inches. And I'm going to have to kind of, I might go a little bit over 2 inches. 2 inches comes to the bottom of the green, and I think I said at the top of these blue numbers is where I'm going to cut. So let's start doing that. And I'm just going to cut it, not trying to be perfect. This is an imperfect bag. And I'm going to make washi, fabric washi out of this, and this is going to go on the outside. Now, since I'm making washi tape, so if I'm putting it on the outside, it is going to have a little fraying. Not much, though. Not a whole lot. But there'll be some, because it's not going to be seamed type thing. Like if you were sewing it. Whoops, I'm getting a little bit. I wanted to go to the top of these blue numbers. Let me straighten this out a little. Yeah, if you're looking for tape measure fabric, Google it. And you might find some place that's still selling. Probably not Tim Holtz. And I couldn't find any more brother and sister designs. But I did see some for sale out there. And I didn't save the links. I was kind of in a hurry, so. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to be using this up for sure. I just love it. You know, you would think if they sell out of this stuff, and they do, they sell out real fast. You would think that they would catch on what we like. Rather than discontinuing it, you would think that they would be manufacturing more of it. You would think if I were working in retail, that's what I would be telling my boss. It's sold out in a week. We need more. All right. Mary's just being crabby. All right. Now, I don't think I might have enough on here, but I'm getting pretty close to the end of this. And I'm going to come right. And you know what? I need to put wax paper down here because the last time I did this, it pulled paint off of my table, my desktop. I'm saving this for a art journal page. And Becky, if you're listening, I do intend to come to some of your group meetings, but I was just so tired Friday. I was so tired. I didn't even stream. I said, turn over, go right back to sleep. That's what I did. The world can wait. All right. My flameless candle, I just appreciate that so much because I have, if that was a real candle, I would no longer have a house. All right, let's go back in and, oh, I'm not going to get much off of this. Let's open a new row. We'll save that for scrap. Let's open a new row. I happen to have it out right here. I get this at Menards for about $10, which seems kind of expensive, but it is certainly worth it for our projects here. Just consider what you pay for a package of washi tape. Think about that, and think what you would pay for, how many feet are in here? What did I do with the, I don't know what I did with the packaging, but how many yards are in here? This is a larger package. What did I do with that? Now I'm curious. Well, I'm not going to hunt for it if it's not right at hand. Did I put it up above? Did I put it up here? Yeah, let me, no, that's the zipper. I don't know, but there's quite a few yards in this. And just think how much you'd pay for fabric washi tape. Of course, you know, it would be washi tape, which makes me think of Tim Holtz in his, one of his, he's been doing videos for his new projects. And he was talking about washi tape, how last year they had fabric washi tape. And this year they're doing more of a, you know, if you think of it as the kind of fabric, it's fabric, but it's more of a textured fabric, and I don't want to misquote him. It's a little bit different. You think of what you would think for a belt or something like that. I think that's what he means. But the best thing to do is go listen to his video. It's the one before the ideology one. No, it's the ideology one where he was talking about it. It's not the one before it. It's the when he was, I was listening to him again this week. He was talking about distressed crayons. He was talking about distressed crayons. And go, crayons, my ears perked up. And then I listened to him, and he started off by, well, he talked about glazes too. Boy, I'll tell you, I'm sure tempted to experiment with some glazing. But I probably won't do distressed crayons because he was telling about how they have and he said everything has a shelf life, and he's right. Your art products, you want to use them before they go old on you. But I was going, well, but wait a minute. What is the shelf life of a crayon? I mean, unless it melts, a crayon, Crayola, has a pretty long shelf life, unless you melt it, you know, and get it too close to the heat. So I'll probably stick with my Crayola crayons, but I like the distress ones because as he was demonstrating them, I like what they do. I like what he was doing with them, but they also are kind of expensive. They're nice and creamy. Now, Crayola crayons are not creamy like that. They don't have that, and Crayola crayons are not water soluble like his distress crayons. He can do some really nice things with those distress crayons. And that attracts me, but knowing me and knowing what he said about the shelf life, I'm not sure it would pay me to invest in a whole set of them like what he has. I've got a crease in here I want to work out. And if you do this, you don't want to stretch your fabric. I tend to want to stretch the fabric. You just want to let it lay down flat. And you can still kind of pull it up like I did to readjust it. But once it gets on there and you get it burnished down, it's on there. As you can tell from my scissors. So let's make, I'm making 44 inches of this. And I'll need 12 inches at the bottom and about 19 inches for both sides. So 12 and 19 are, what, 41? Is that right? 12 and 19. I'll have about 3 inches left. Is that right? I think that's right. Approximately. We'll see how accurate that is when I get to doing it. But if I have to make more, I have to make more. Don't stretch it, Mary. And I tend to want to stretch it, and I tend to get little pockets in there, so I just kind of lay it down as even as I can. And because I'm seated down and I'm streaming, I don't have my nose over it. And so yeah, I've got a little showing here. I'm not happy with it. I'm happy with it to this point, and then I'm not. And it would probably help to kind of roll it up as you go here too, but I don't. Lay it down. That's good. Yeah, just a little bit more here. And I tend to want to pull it like this, and you don't want to do that. You want it just, you want to gently You want to gently just let it fall naturally on your tape, as even as you can get it. And don't pull on it. Don't stretch it. There we go. That's pretty good. I got a little crease in it there. But generally the little creases work out. All right, we're going to cut it. I'm going to cut it here. And keep that brother-sister design. Is right there. It says, Other Sister Des. Other Sister Des. On here. Other Sister Des. All right. Now I can go back to working with my bag. And this tape, you don't really have to put anything on it to, you find that end pretty good on this. You don't have to worry about tucking that under. You can find it pretty good on there. Now, let me take this wax paper off because it annoys me. And let's go back to my bag. And Becky, if you're watching, you can close your eyes. Because I'm going to washi tape this together. And I think I can, this is 2 inch. And I think I can put 1 inch on each side. And that will be pretty good. And I'll probably just eyeball it. And it's 9 3/4 inch. But I'm not going to cut it till I put it on. Now this is the top, and I got these little fly. I'm going to tuck those in for now. And let's just put a little piece of tape to hold those in. Temporary. I'd sure like to, Becky, do you know what Roy meant when he said basting tape? I heard him say he used basting tape. And I've heard of heat and bond, the hemming tape, but and maybe that's what he meant. Maybe he was calling that basting tape. I don't know what I did with my, well, we can use this leaf. I just want to temporary hold these in so they don't get mixed up in my tight tape that I'm putting on the end here. Just put that there. That's temporary. So what I want to do, and because this zipper, I have this zipper coming right to the very end here. I could pull this just a teeny bit. Just a teeny bit. And there is just a teeny bit here. It's probably about maybe 3/8 of an inch, where that tape, the zipper ends right here. The stops are right there. Except for, it doesn't matter because 1 inch, I can put this 1/2 of an inch in. I'm not sure I can do that on, well, I probably could on the other side too. But then I'll have maybe about a 1/16 of an inch. Maybe not quite a 1/16 of an inch. Maybe a 32nd of an inch. But more of a, in there I'll have maybe a 1/4 of an inch up there. So I'm just guesstimating here what I want. And I'm going to cut it. And I'm going to take this side down and take the other side down and then put my bottom across. I'm not going to try to do fancy dancy work on this. So 1/2 of this comes, and here again I'm eyeballing it. 1/2 of it comes right kind of at the top of my red numbers here. 1/2 of it. So when I put this down, and I'm not going to worry about tucking it in. I'm just going to let it, because this is tape. I could bring it up a little, but I'm not. I'm just going to put it right to the side there, and it might have a little gap in there. I could whip stitch something there if I wanted. I think this is where Becky was talking about putting that little piece of fabric in there. Only she was talking about a wider area, and what I'll do is just do a little whip stitch in there. So if I go to the top of this red fabric, let's fold it there. Top of the red numbers. Top of the red numbers here. And I think I'll cut it before I put it down. And probably right here to that 11. And it doesn't matter because I'm going to put some that way. So let me, where's my old scissors? I put them away already. And let's cut it right here and hope I'm doing this right. So I'm just going to fold this in half. And instead of peeling that all off, I'm going to just put a half of it on at a time. I'm going to peel it back this way. And I'm going to put it on like that. So my fabric, I'm going to peel it back. Well, actually, like this. Maybe I'll cut it here. Give myself some play. And then I'm going to go to the right up here to the top of that red number. And because this is a project bag, I'm not worried about perfection on this. This is just for me to put stuff in. Now I can come over here and line this all up. And let's pull this off. I think at this point I can take it all off. I just have to be sure I get this straight. And you have some give with this. You have some give. It's kind of hard to see where my red numbers are here. Right about, it's kind of curvy there. Right about there. Yeah, I took my wax paper off. That's pretty good. And then I'm just going to fold it over like this on this side. And just kind of press it down. And I think this duct tape is strong enough to hold everything. And I love it being the fabric, the tape measure fabric. And here's my zipper here. Now what I'll probably do in here is do some whip stitching in there, because I got that little gap. And I think that's where Becky said to put that little 1 inch by 2 inch piece of fabric. I didn't do that. But I'll remember it for next week. See, my zipper only comes to here, and then I've got that little gap in there. But I can whip stitch that closed, or I could even put some tape on there, but I think I'll whip stitch it. So now this side should be relatively easy to do, right? I got a little piece sticking out here on the end. Yeah, messy. So I can actually measure my next piece with my cutoff here. And it'd be easier than trying to measure it. So that comes right about to this line here. It's easier when you have all these markings on your on your fabric. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Now I'll probably do some more on this. Seeing this done, the next one, if I would do this again, I probably would not make this as wide, and I'd probably bring those flowers up closer to the top. The way it is now, my first 3 inches are these blue flowers, and the next 3 inches are the stenciled, and then the last 3 inches are my diagonals, which will be covered with, and I would really want this up a little higher. But for a project bag, hey, I'm happy. All right, so let's fold this in half. And my half again comes right above those red numbers, approximately. And now on this, I can actually put my tape right up to the end here. And my zipper, because I put my zipper way off to the, this was the fold of the fabric here. The zipper actually ends. The zipper actually ends right here at the, here's the stop right there. So I can actually put my tape right here and not have to worry about any little gap like what I have over there. I'll probably whip stitch and put a tassel or a little decorative element over here. That's what I'll probably do. I ran out of red here. My red turned into black there. And it ran out with the 11 and it starts with the 1 over here. That's interesting. So, I actually wanted to do this side first. And Becky, if I sew, you can count on me getting out a needle and a thread to paste. Or using a tape, a hemming tape, a basting tape. I thought he called it basting tape. What Roy meant by that. All right. So this is going to go, and I'm just going to kind of hold it up so I can see. My red is going to go right up to the edge here, right there. And let's see how it goes here. Pretty good. And I don't have to worry too much about this over here because, you know, this is just the side. I'm not folding and taping under and pressing seams and anything like that. I'm duct taping my bag together. What can I say? And let's fold it this way. And it'll be interesting to see the longevity, how long this will last. if it'll gap open on me. Or now I will say, if you're doing something like this, and I've learned this when you stretch a canvas, when you stretch a canvas, like if you're in an oil painting class or a painting class, they always say to pull the center in first. So that's what I'm going to do here. And I'm not stretching it, I'm just putting it in. Do the center part first and then work out to the ends. That seems to work even for this. And there we go. I'm pretty happy. Now this may need a little trimming in here, because you can see I got a little goo up in there. I could come with a piece over that, but I think I'll try to trim it, but later. Let's do the bottom. The bottom is 12 inches. Now, do I want my, I think I want my numbers to face me, but if they face me here, and if I count this the front, they'll be upside down on the back because I'm folding over. On the sides, it doesn't matter because you either look at them this way or that way. But here, if I put them right side up on the front, and I'm going to, and if I fold this in half, then on this side, they'll be upside down because it'll go like that. And it'll be like that, which is okay with me, but just something to think about. Okay, so I want from here, and I'm not going to worry about hemming it or anything like that. You could probably try to fold this under and make a neat, and it would probably work, make a neat fold in there, but I'm just going to I like frayed stuff anyway, so for art, it's okay. All right, how long do I want this from here to, not at the 30, about 3 marks after that 30, and which is right there. 1, 2, 3, right in here. And I want it right side up like this. That's pretty good. In fact, it's a little bit long, but I'll trim it off when I get done. And let's fold it in half. And I think I'll do the, rather than try to pull that all off again like I did that other side, if I get in here about halfway down, if I can, well, start pulling on it up here. All right. So I'm not going to pull this tape. Now hold my scissors. Let my scissors hold it. I'm not going to pull it all the way off. I'm going to snip this right about in here. Not the fabric, just the paper, if I can. And I think it'll be easier to put on a little at a time. So I'm just going to fold a portion of it back. You have to be careful because this tape wants to stick onto itself like it did here. And see how it sticks, especially when it's sticking to itself like it is here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fix that. Come on. Come on. I'm begging it to let go. It's super sticky stuff. I think I got it pretty good here. Not quite. Just a little bit more. There. Whew. Of course, I tore the wrong end of it. Let me fold that back up. Where's that other tape? It might help to put a piece of release paper over this so it doesn't fall back on itself. And what I want to do is make it easier on myself and just tear here. I tore the other side. I didn't want that side. I wanted this side. And this is still a little bit stuck on itself. See if I can't get that worked out. It just is a demonstration of how strong this tape is, especially when it sticks to itself. Well, it's better than it was. All right. So I'm going to come here to the top of the red numbers, except the top of the red numbers is going to be on the bottom of my bag, if that makes any sense. And I have to turn it over. Right about there. That'll be pretty good. Let's take this off. Now let's take this off. And yeah. Now this will be the back, and see my numbers will be upside down, but that's okay. Now let's get a hold of this other and tear it off. If I can. Working with this duct tape is interesting. It takes a little doing, and the more you work with it, the more you learn about it. Like how it sticks together to itself. And the best way to keep it from sticking to itself is to put another scrap piece of release paper on it. That'll hold it. Let me tear this if I can. Doesn't have to be perfect. I'm just going to tear it. My scissors here to hold that down. I want to get it off. And where's my pen? I want this little piece off. Come on. Give me my fingers back. Here comes the choo-choo train. Bend that back a little. And let's trim that off. If I can get at it, I could tear it. There. I just didn't want it to be there permanent. Alrighty. So, give me my scissors back. Alright, so now we've got this put down, and it's a little crooked in here. So let's make it go straight. I want it straight. You have some play with it. You have a little bit of play. And again, it would help if you put wax paper down. I took my wax paper up. My wax paper down here. My wax paper floats around my desk. Let's do this again. Baste it down, Mary. Baste it down. Let's take this off too now. I just don't like to take all that tape off at once till I get a good start on it, because you saw how it can curl up on itself. And I got to get a hold of it here again. It can curl up on itself, and it's, if you get sticky to sticky, you'll almost end up cutting another piece. Let me get this washi off, the release paper off. Come on. Come on. If I talk to it, it will obey me. Alrighty. All right. Don't stretch it, just let it the same way as you're putting it down, let it lay flat without pulling on it. That's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. And see how it sticks to this wax paper? It would be sticking to my desktop if I... Now I think I have it a little wider on this side, but that's okay. I'm okay with that. And again, start in the center of it and try to get it up to the bottom and attach it down, and then work out to the sides. That I learned from stretching canvas. There we go. I'm pretty happy with that. Now let's trim this off here, because I got a little extra. My old scissors, not these. Where's the others? These. My old scissors don't cut fabric very well, and my newer scissors get gummed up, so I use these. Now I think I'm pretty... I wanted to trim this up a little up here too. It's got a little gummy up here at the top, and I think I can... It won't be perfect. You could make it perfect. You could put a piece of tape around that, but I'm not going to do that. There. I'm pretty happy with that. It's pretty good. So now I can finish decorating it, because I want to put those flowers on it. Although those flowers, I might just paint or doodle again, because anything like thread and even fabric pieces, if you put this like in a box or something, it will, all that stuff will catch on whatever's, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean, Vern? All right, let's put my scissors away and see how this opens and closes. And I want to varnish it yet tonight. But I might do a little doodling on this with my marker down in here. I'm happy with this. I might doodle some up around in here, maybe with my white pen. You want to see me open and close it? I'll put a oh, uh-oh. Oh, do I have a thread in there? Maybe I have it too close to the, there. I think I might have this fabric a little bit close to the zipper itself. That's just something to be aware of. And this is an old zipper too, so, but it does open and close. It just needs a little maybe some soap on it. So working it back and forth a little, get it started. I'm happy with it. And open it up. There's the inside unfinished. And as I look down in there, I don't know if you guys can see, but as I look down in there, I see the white of this, and I can kind of feel a little bit of that tape where those two pieces of fabric come together like this, like the two sides at the bottom, and then the tape comes across. And when you open it up, say you're looking on the inside, you can kind of see just a little open, like you would if you were looking, I don't know how to describe it. So it might be advantageous, and when you're putting this together, let me get a piece of paper, or even this. When you're putting this together, say this is one side and this is the other side, and you tape it together here. But when you look down inside of it, you see a little white area right in there. Just a little white area, and it might be advantageous on the inside of this to put a piece of tape across there. Just to, like if your paper would get caught in there. If you put documents or something in there. That's something for me to think about. Because I can see when I look down in there, I can kind of see where this tape is. I don't know if I can turn this inside out. I don't even want to try it. I can see where the tape is in there. And I could still maybe put a little piece of fabric in there, just a little piece of paper right here at the bottom, just to keep that little piece of tape running right across there from catching on to like a piece of paper, like when you put your tags in a pocket. But I'm pretty happy with it. I still have to learn how to, or not learn, because I think I understand, get out my sewing machine and actually sew one in. And I gotta find I'm gonna put a tassel on here. Maybe those little black tassels that I got at Hobby Lobby. But I'm pretty happy with this. I'm pretty happy with it. Let's I want to play with this area in here. It's just not suiting me. Do something like this, put some black dots on it. Make my black line more, or really that was a dark blue line. Put some dots in there. Doodle instead of thread doodling. I think thread doodling would be okay on a bag that you're making to gift, you know, like Becky did those little bags. But on a project bag, unless you thread and sew little stitches, like I had big long stitches for like twine going around my diagonals, and I could see that was going to not be what I wanted, because I was afraid that they would catch if I, you know, it just wasn't jiving with me. Let's just put some dots in here. Mary likes her dots in the dots and diagonals and dots. Extend that out a little bit more, make these a little bit more round. Now I certainly have learned just by doing this one that when I get ready to do the sewing one, and this is from, is that fabric? I think that's marker. I think that mark is a marker mark. I might have to draw a leaf or something there, because I had that leaf on there, and I think I've started to outline those. And that's on the back of it anyway. But we'll see what I do here. Now, if you watch Shauna Musa, am I pronouncing her name? And then I think even Debbie Epps and Kathy Berg and Sandy, they do a lot of decorating of their project bags. And Norma had sent me a couple of those project bags, you know, that you buy. But I like the idea of making them. And I want to make some out of clear plastic in this same fashion with the washi tape, because I think that red plastic I bought would be a little bit hard to sew. And I think the washi tape is the answer for that. And I think it's pretty strong. I think this is going to hold it good. Let's put a dot here and a dot here. Some little dots in there. This is my doodling, only I'm not going to thread doodle. I'm a little bit wary of thread doodling on this. I think I would, just like when I wear jewelry, I catch it on stuff. And I'm getting a little out of sync in here. Now, I think what I want to do, I'm not done playing yet. My ruler. Where'd I put it? I had it out. I usually put it right back in there. What? Honestly, I'll use this one. I wanna do some outlining here. And maybe I'll do that with my fat marker. Because this certainly won't be washed. I mean, I'm just going to tuck papers and projects or whatever in here. Now I got some little threads hanging here. And I went over a little there. You can tell this is a Meri project. It's not perfect. I like that. Now I want to do something up in there. Let's do this side. So when I do the one next week, now I know we're going to paint on fabric, but if we sew that, I have to see what Becky says about sewing through acrylic paint. And I don't want too thick of a fabric, because I was going to use an unpainted canvas, which is more of a painter's cloth piece that I have over there. But I'm wary about, I think I might go back to a cotton piece, because it'll be thinner. And I might prime the cotton. I might prime it before Wednesday and just use an old piece of cotton, maybe an old pillowcase to test with. Maybe an old pillowcase, because I'll be learning anyway. And I'm not sure, because that machine, I think that unpainted painter's canvas will be kind of a thick fabric to paint through, plus it'll be painted with paint, even if we use a textile medium. All right, I'm pretty happy. You know what I almost want to do? No, you're not going to, Mary. Let's see. Let's get out a, if I can find it here, find one. Let's get out a whiteout. I used up my whiteout when I was doing my deco art page. Now the thing about getting these out brand new is they're real juicy at first. So we might play on a piece of fabric here first, because they're really juicy at first, or they have been my experience that they are. I could prove me wrong now. This is a new one, fresh out of the package. And if I remember right, they're very, very juicy. It's not too bad. And I'm just playing here. I'm just playing with the scrap piece here. Well, let's make this one on the dots. And that other one wasn't. All right, so what I want to do on this is I want to do something up in here. Some sort of, maybe just dots. Maybe dots, some dashes. And this is a big whiteout. These cost about, you can get them in packages of 2, and you pay about $4, $3.92 of them. So they're about $2 a piece. But I think that's pretty good. I like them just as well as I like my fine line paint applicators. I like them as well as, the only drawback to them is if you're sensitive to smells. If they do have, I'm not sensitive to the smell of whiteout, but some people are sensitive to that. So, but I do like how these mark. I love to doodle with these. So I buy them. I would just as soon buy these as a paint pen. And they dry fast. Now, do I want to do anything else on here? I'm almost tempted to put a line of dots. I'm doodling. Doodling. Let's put some dots in here. Let's just play with it. Maybe pretend that it's lace. A lace piece. Because I covered up my lace. Treat it like you would painting a art journal page. I liking that. I'm liking it. And this is not a bright white. This is buttermilk paint. This is a cream colored paint. I love that buttermilk. It's a deco art buttermilk. Now we could pretend this is lace in here too. And maybe I'll put diamonds in here, kind of little diamond shapes. Keisha was selling lace today for somebody. Her name started with a C. guys know who she was? Very first person up today. Keisha was selling for her. I got that a little close together. But that's okay. This is the back of it. Maybe I'll make these a little smaller. I'm just playing. Now I'm just doodling. Yeah, a tassel on here. I'm going to put a tassel on this right up in here. I'll whip stitch it. I'm not going to whip stitch it tonight, but I'll put a tassel up there. You know, it'd be fun to now I have taken a piece that I painted on canvas. If you guys remember, I did that Penelope and my chalk doll, and I had painted them on a canvas piece. And I don't have any wall space to hang stuff. And so I took it apart. I took it off of the canvas frame, and I made an art journal cover out of it. And we could almost do art journal cover with something like this. I did that not last year, the year before last already. I'm kind of happy with that. And then my rose takes over in there. So let's turn it over and do something similar here. Now I did dots and dashes at the top. So dot, dash, dot. I'm just going to do dot, dash. I'm not going to try to mix it up too much. Can't do too much more to it. I'm just happy that the zipper opens and closes. And you'll be seeing me use this. I'll be putting stuff in here. I'm still threatening to get some boxes, and I might do that tomorrow. I have to go to the library tomorrow. I might stop it. If you're ever looking for boxes, a good place to get boxes, they're already folded down, taken apart, but is at the Dollar General store. I don't know about your stores, but our stores, they always have this rolling cart of cardboard boxes. And all you have to do is ask, and they're pretty helpful letting you get some boxes. But I'm threatening to take boxes and put a lot of my stuff that I have out here in boxes and labeling it and making a list of where I put stuff, because I'll be wanting it. But I am to the point in this room where I am so uncomfortable that it's really hard for me to craft in here because I can't find things when I want it. Now, I might be hunting through a box, but if I make a good list and keep my list up to date when I take it out, I don't have room for everything. That's my problem. All right, and then what did I do down here? I put those diamonds. I want to make these diamonds a little smaller. This is the front of the bag. And then I got a flower here. We'll let a little diamond show through there. Now see how my pen tip has got goo on it. You want to keep that pretty clean. You want to clean it off before you put it away too. Keep that nib of it clean. These work pretty good for me. I think they're worth the price. Think of how much of a paint pen would cost you, or a Copic marker. But you have to be aware they do have a smell to them. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm not done doodling yet. Apparently she's not done doodling yet. I'm putting some dots in the center of my flowers. I'm happy with that. For my first attempt, I think this came out pretty good. And the more that you make of these, I'm sure the better they'll get. And I intend to make more. I'm going to try to sew my one next week. We'll see how that goes. I'm not planning on going any place other than to the library next week. All that running around wears me out. All right. Let's wipe the tip of this off. And the other thing, I kind of chuckled with Tim Holtz. And he was talking about cleaning his glass plate. You know, he has that Tim Holtz, the glass mat that he works off of. And he said he uses hand sanitizer to clean it. I'm going, all right, hand sanitizer. That's what I use all the time, is hand sanitizer. This is the back. This is the front. I'm pretty happy with it in the long run. So let's move on to something else. I'm going to come out and look at chat. We'll leave this here while I look at chat. I got pop out and I haven't even taken a sip of it yet. This marker, I think, is done for. I'm going to put it, I'm going to have to go through all my markers again. And the other thing I thought was interesting, I was listening to Tim Holtz talk about his distressed crayons and his glazes. And he was talking about alcohol ink and the blending fluid for alcohol ink. And he said you can use alcohol to, make your markers and everything. He talked about 90% alcohol, and he said you can use that for blending fluid. But he said that the reason in their blending fluid that they sell, which probably costs a little bit more for a bottle of it, he said the difference between what they sell and alcohol, plain alcohol, is what they sell has a resin in it. And that helps bind the alcohol to the surface of your project. I thought that was really interesting. He talked about his distressed crayons. I like how creamy they were when he works with them. I prefer my crayons. I think crayons, wax crayons, are a little bit different to work with. They're not an encaustic and they're not water soluble, but you can paint with them if you heat them up. And but those distressed crayons, he said, even if you leave them in the package for like a year or so, they will start to harden. And he said, of course, 5 years, it will probably be really hard. But he said they won't be as creamy. That's how he termed it. They won't be as creamy as the new fresh ones. So he says if you get some distress markers, to use them. And he said that about everything. Talking about things that have an art product that have a shelf life. He encourages you to use your art product. And that I agreed with. But I said, I'll buy a Crayolas. But I like his paper dolls. He he was using his alcohol markers and his glazing on paper dolls. He made some really cute demos. And Linda McAllister asked a question and he chose it. What did she ask? Oh, metallic. And go, there's Linda. He chose Linda's question. She asked if they made distress markers in metallic. And he said, yes, they do. And that was interesting too. He said, but with the distress marker with the metallic is the metallic is kind of kind of embedded into and I don't want to get it wrong here. I thought he said it was a kind of a clear distress. I mean, you got a lot of metallic in there, but he said it isn't the same as a colored marker. His color struck. You have to go back and listen to him say that because I'm afraid I'm saying it wrong. But he does touch on that. Let's put it that way. He said there's a difference with the metallic markers because of the way that the little metallics are embedded into the marker. Let's put it that way. And he explains how. I'm loving my bag. I'm loving my bag. I am loving it. All right, let's read chat. Hi, Julie. I saw Jean. Hi, Julie Parker. Welcome, welcome. Elizabeth says, hello, Mary. Hey, Allie. Elizabeth Sanchez is here. Thank you. When we paint next week, I think Becky is thinking more painting a design rather than we did a pick 10 here. I don't know what she's going to choose. I'm thinking wonky houses for mine, but I might choose a thinner fabric and I'm not sure about painting on it. We'll see what Aunt Beck says. Thank you, Lala. Hi, Erin. Welcome, Erin Morrison. Yes, paint a picture. Aunt Beck, can you touch on when we paint? Like I was going to use a painter's canvas, you know, like the canvas that a painter would put on a floor cloth type thing to catch all the drips. But I think that's kind of a thicker fabric. I'm wary about sewing that with my old machine. But even then, if we paint a cloth and you sew that, are we not painting the seam part? Are we just painting the inside part? I'm wary about sewing over. I guess you could sew over this acrylic paint. I'm wary about the old machine doing it. And I'm really wary about a thicker fabric in that old machine. I'm thinking a cotton piece. My machine is old and it sews a dream. Would it sew through a painter's canvas? Unprimed. I'm thinking more about what kind of fabric I'm going to use. The thing is, I don't know the machine that well because I haven't hooked it up. A size 16 needle. Oh, a size 16 needle. Well, I might have to go to town because I just got those universal needles and they say like 70-40 to 70-80 and I got a package of them. They're in my bag over there. A larger needle. You sew upholstery with your machine. Use a needle for jeans and a tough material. Okay, I might have to go and I'm not sure that because I can only get my needle. Well, I could probably go to the quilting store. They probably have a larger machine needle. Let me reach over here because I bought needles because I'm sure I was going to break some. Here's what I got. I got the universal, but I'm sure that they're not for I'm sure that they're not intended for a thicker fabric. I might have to go to Walmart, ouch, and see if I can find some. Oh, I hit my knee. These say universal needles 70/40 to 90/14, 13705H. And the thing of it is, I have to look up all these sizes to see what kind of fabric, but I was thinking cotton fabric for these. A size 100. So these would not really be good to sew through a heavier fabric. So I might see what I can find at Walmart, because we're not doing it until Thursday. I can make it up there before Thursday. I want to get some more of those zippers anyway. They have a whole basket full of zippers at 25 cents a piece, but most of them are 20-inch zippers. But I want to practice shortening some of those like you showed, so that I can use them for my project bags. I don't need a 20-inch size zipper for a project bag. All right, I'm going to put this aside. So that's what I'm going to make note. I need a size 16 needle or a size 100. Anything 100 or size 16. This says, it has those numbers, 90 from 7010 to 9014, and then above it says 130/705H. And I'm sure if I looked all this stuff up online, it would tell me. Now this says Smith's Universal Needles for most woven and knits. Materials such as leather, denim, stretch, or coarse knitwear can be sewn more easily with one of our specialty needles. So I don't think these are specialty needles. It's good to know. I'm glad I used duct tape tonight. I might end up taping it together, Becky. Now that I have gone through it once. The 14s might do it, but canvas is heavy like denim. Yeah, I know that's a heavier fabric, and I hesitated, but I knew that I'll use these once I get sewing. And these are good to have on hand anyway. But I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember, because they have a whole row of these. They have a whole row of these, and they have different numbers up here. Like this is a G, but these have different letters up here. And there's no explanation what all the different letters mean unless you go look it all up. And then down here it says 10 PC/PZ. But these look like they would work. It looks like I have a range in there. They look like they work on cotton. You need a ballpoint needles for knits. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not going to do a knit. That's a little advanced for me. I was thinking, first I was thinking about that painted canvas, that painter's canvas. Then I thought, well, that might be a little thick. So I was thinking just a cotton, like what, just cotton and painting on a cotton. I could paint on just a cotton fabric like, like what I had out with that tape measure fabric, and still make a decent, if we line it, it would still make a decent fabric document bag to experiment with. But that's good to know about the needles. I'll go back and see if I can find a needle for a heavier fabric. Paint a picture. That's what we're going to do next week. Hi, Miss Mary Berry up above. She says, hi, Mary. I've been listening while I'm sorting through my books. Hi to all the ladies. Yeah, I'm going to get some boxes too. I'm going to the library tomorrow, I think. I wasn't planning on going back up to Hastings, but I might do that just for that needle. See, this is a disadvantage of being way out in the country. You want anything, you have to drive 20 miles to get there. course, you guys that live in larger cities, 20 miles is across town. Yeah. Let's see, from one side to Madison. Well, from the east side of suburb, which was Sun Prairie in Madison. Violet would know what I'm talking about. Allie K might. Sun Prairie is northeast suburb of Madison. Over to Middleton. When I moved from Sun Prairie, which was over here, to Middleton, which is over here. And when I moved and did all that moving, it was 27 miles one way. Of course, I took the interstate. You kind of curve around that way and curve down this way. If you went straight like that, you'd be going through the center of town, and you don't want to do that in Madison. Yeah. What else is going on here? Hi, Erin. Let's see. She says, where do you live, Mary? Erin, I live in Nebraska. I live in a small town, which is less than 1,000 people. And it's a town called Harvard. And it's between, if you know where Hastings is, or Grand Island. Grand Island's north of us, though. We're between Hastings and Lincoln. We're probably about 60 or 70 miles north of the Kansas border in south central Nebraska. I think that's, because it's about that. I'd have to add up the mileage. I haven't done that in a long time. Now, when I lived with my parents, we lived closer to the Kansas border. We lived right on the Oregon Trail. It was really interesting because when they commemorated the Oregon Trail, and sometimes the horseback riders would do that every year, they'd come right through our backyard. We lived right on the Oregon Trail. In fact, there was one part, not every part of the country because it's all farmland now, but there's parts of that down there by the Little Blue River, which still has the original Oregon Trail. And I don't know, it's been over 20 years since I've lived down there. That might be all rained on now. It might be all washed out now, but there used to be ruts from the Oregon Trail. It's kind of interesting. And then they'd have markers commemorating Indian massacres down there. And someplace down there, and this is part of the history, Annie Oakley's father is buried down there. Someplace down there. I know when I lived with my parents, my mom and I, the grave, I think now, it used to be a public site. The Boy Scouts used to take care of the grave site. It was all documented and everything. They had a sign and a plaque and all of that. But now I asked my brother about it, and he said he thinks it's on private property now, and he doesn't think it's open to the public. But it's kind of an interesting history. Oh, bye, Lisa. Have a great week. We will see you tomorrow. I'm planning on attending the streamathons, except if I go to the library. The library is open at 1, so I might be a little late on the first one. But I plan on watching the streamathons. Allie K says, I found a wonderful sewing machine chart. I will post it in Phibbsville. Thank you, Allie K. I'd love to see that. I'm going to work on my mystery book. What time is it? It's 8:30. I've still got lots of time. Let's see. What else is going on here? Mary Berry is here. Violet says, you probably took 19 out of Sun Prairie over to 12 south to Middleton. Yes, that sounds like it's been 5 years, Violet, but that sounds... I went through, what town is that? West of Sun Prairie. There's a town west of Sun Prairie. What is that town? They have a real cute little quote shop there. It's a blue building. I did urban sketching of it. What town is that? It's been 5 years. I forgot the name of that town west of Sun Prairie. I used to go over there all the time. And then you go clear over to Highway 12, and then you go south to Middleton. And then you hit the interstate, and I would get off on University. I lived on University. Well, I'd get off on University, let's put it that way. Yeah, it was 27 miles when you go that way. Now there you can cut through more at a diagonal and kind of weave your way through, but I didn't, there's shortcuts through there, but a shortcut is a shortcut. And welcome, Violet. Good to see you. Violet said, I didn't know you lived in Sun Prairie. Lovely little town with the mill house quilts. Oh, it's the Sun Prairie. What that little town west of Sun Prairie has the mill house quilt. Don't they? There used to be one downtown. Was that the mill house one in Sun Prairie? They closed that. They used to sell knitting there too. I used to go in there, and they used to sell needlework and silk ribbons. I'd go in there for my buttons and silk ribbons. But they have that, what is that town west of Sun Prairie? My head won't remember it. All right, we're talking about the size of the needle, and Aunt Beck's going to paint a picture. Mary Berry's sorting books and boxing them up. A tassel's a great idea. Julie says, I bought what I thought was a notebook with a craft cover. And it's not the normal exercise book signature. The paper will fall out if I'm not careful. I hear an art journal in there someplace, Julie. Yeah, wax paper. The thing I don't like about working with wax paper, I love it because it catches all the drips and stuff, but you almost have to tape it down or put something on it. Because as I'm working, it starts creeping down my desk, or it gets stuck on something and I'll pull it up. But I do like the wax paper. Now I always think of Mark Montano now when I get out the wax paper. What else is going on up here? Elizabeth Sanchez was here. Aunt Beck said the basting tape is found in the quilters section at Joann's. And it washes away after you are done with your project. Really? So I could probably find that at Hobby Lobby in the sewing area. Or I could probably order it online. It washes away. That's interesting. So that's different than what the heat and bond is. The heat and bond is more like a hemming tape. Because I've used that heat and bond tape before. It's just kind of like a strip. But it doesn't wash away. Okay, basting tape. That's interesting to know. I've never heard of that before. Lala says she's in Florida and it's getting a little warm today. So I thought maybe you were here, but not far. And she must be talking to somebody. Julie's in Australia. She's probably talking to Julie. Aunt Beck says we actually have 6 cats total in this house, as our son has 3 kitties too, Piper, Cole, and Sally. Aunt Beck and your cats. Aunt Beck and Dee Dee do the catter days. The banner is our 3 cottage kitties adopted from our time at the cottage in Greenville. They are Howard, Howie, Callie, and Tippy. Cheryl is here. Christina was here. Christina G, if you're listening out there, hello, hello. I miss saying hello to you. Elizabeth said, I subbed to Aunt Beck's Creations just now. Fun banner there of kitties. That's where Aunt Beck said her kitties were their cottage kitties. All right, I think I've gone up far enough. Basting tape is like our double-sided tape, but it dissolves. That's cool. I'm going to have to get some of that. I'll bet I can get it on Amazon. I'm threatening Hobby Lobby. I think I'll send a message to the customer service at Hobby Lobby. I like Hobby Lobby, but I'm awfully disappointed that they discontinued their 40% coupons. I'm gonna send a message to the customer service and say, bring back the 40% coupons or I'm gonna be ordering from Amazon. I like shopping at their stores because I do like buying retail, and Hobby Lobby is the only retail that we have close here besides Walmart. There is a Joann's, but I got mad at Joann's because I have to read the fine print on their coupons. Coupons! They spoiled us, and now they're taking it away. We're like spoiled children. All right. Once you get used to them, though, and what I liked about the 40% coupons, and I was telling the clerk there at Hobby Lobby is, he says, well, we have things on sale at 40% off. And I said, yeah, but it's not the stuff that I regularly buy. Like, and I was using my glossy accents as an example. And there's stuff that you plan to buy at 40% off. Mary has sketched the quilt shop. Yes, I have. It's that blue building. It's there by the inn. What is the name of that town? What is the name of that town west of Sun Prairie? I just can't remember the name of it. I'm getting old. I could look it up on a map. If somebody would say, tell me, and then I would go, oh, yeah. So I want to work. I want to show you what I'm going to do. First of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to plan. And I found this works if I plan it out. I did for my March journal. And I love having my journals ready when the month turns around and not having to make my journal in the middle of the month. And let me get this stuff out here. You can look at this for a minute. It goes like this. It really goes like this. Here's my double-sided tape. Oh, see, here's what I do. See, I have this stuff. This can go in the trash. This stuff stacks up on me. These could really go in my mystery box. This is going to go in my journal as prompts and I might use this too as kind of an example of the bag. These are going to go in my March journal. Here's some more double-sided tape. I have some Happy Mail. That's what I was digging for. And there's my March journal. That wasn't the only thing I was digging for, though. But let's go ahead and let's put this. I'll come back to that a later day. Let's open the Happy Mail. Let's open the Happy Mail. I have a Happy Mail from Becky and one from Nettie here. Happy Mails. I'm looking for my palette knife letter opener. This one's from Nettie. And you guys, I can't keep up with you. You know that. These look like cards. Let's open it here. I like to save these for even if I can get the corner open. I like to they make nice pockets in my art journal. Let me get in my, you can stare at Becky's envelope while I'm doing this one. And get my palette knife in here. I usually do this with scissors. Where's my tiny scissors? my letter opener here. They make nice pockets in my art journal. Kind of butchered the top of that, but I think the card's okay. So this one's from Nettie. If I can get it out. Nettie is Mom Munson. Oh, what did she do here? Oh, look at that. That's pretty. And you guys are sending me these ATCs. Did you guys have an ATC? Because Janet has sent me an ATC, and Sharon Lombard. I guess I'm going to have to make some ATCs. This is from Nettie. It's dated 3/2/21. Where are all these ATCs coming from? I'm not in a swap, am I? Mary, happy Easter. Love you, Nettie. Did I sign up for somebody's swap? Mary. Wanakee. No, Wanakee. Is it Wanakee? West, right? West. Is that it? I think you're right. My head just does not remember that. I used to go through there all the time. I've forgotten the name of that town. Is it Wanakee? I think you're right, Allie K. You should be right. You're from Wisconsin. I go through there all the time as you go through on Highway 19 to Highway 12. Highway 19 going east and west, and Highway 12 going north and south. Out of Highway 19 goes out of Sun Prairie. Violet knows. Is it Wanakee? I think you're right, Allie K. Thank you. And this one is from Becky, and it's a beautiful card, a Becky card. Isn't that cool? And she says, here's a card from this month's Time for Art piece. Enjoy. Our next hop is just around the corner. Yeah, I know we all enjoy them immensely. Happy crafting and arting, Becky. Look at that. And Becky does such a wonderful job in this one. This one is from Nettie, and it's, do I have it upside down? A little birdie heart. It says friendship, happy Easter. Well, these will go in my, see, I can make pockets out of these. That's what I like about these envelopes. I'm not going to put them in my art journal tonight, but I'll come back and do some art journaling. I'll put them in there. But what I want to do, and I want to show this to you as soon as I can put my hands on it here. What did I do with it? Let me take a breath. What did I do with it? I had it here. It's probably buried under all of this stuff. Well, stare at my project bag for a minute. I know I have it out. Right here. When I was working on my Art Deco, Becky, I think you went to bed the other night, but I'm not going to tonight, but I was doodling out of that Art Nouveau journal, the book that you sent me, and I did this one, and this one out of that Art Nouveau, and I'm going to do some more doodling in here. Not tonight, though, but out of that Art Nouveau book. But what I found was this. I reached over like I did now, looking for stuff, and this is drawer liner paper. It come on a roll. And as I was looking for something behind me the other night, I found this. I'd taken it out of the box because I wanted the box. This was 4 sheets in a row. And I looked at it and I said, oh, I can cut all these flowers out for my Art Nouveau book. So that's what I did yesterday afternoon. I cut, fussy cut. So this would be something I would put in a project bag, but we're not. We're going to put it right in here for now. And then these are the other sheets that I have left. And they were on a roll because they used to sell these sheets. They might even now in your nicer department stores. I don't know, Dillard's or Neiman Marcus, that type of thing. They sell these type, and sometimes sometimes these aren't, but sometimes they smell nice, like they got a sachet on them or something. And you line your drawers with them. And, you know, we're country. We used to line our drawers with paper sacks and wallpaper. But these were actually on a roll as drawer liners. That's what they were sold as. And there were 4 sheets in here, and I cut up one. I just showed it to you. And I'm going, what am I going to do with the rest of them? Because I want to use this stuff up. And I'm going, well, these will make journal pages. So for my art journal for April, I like in my art journal, I like to have in my March one, in my January and February, I use those Nakakwa newspapers. And in my March one, I've used this stamp catalog that I got at the post office. I begged for it. And let me go to a page here. You know, it was a catalog. They used to print these until the economy got so bad, and then they quit printing them. You used to be able to order them. I ordered one. I ordered some. Thought I got on the mailing list, and they sent me one, and that's all I got. So I don't know if you can still order your catalogs like this, but the post office used to put these out for free. They don't anymore. So I imagine the printing costs because of the cost to print them. But anyway, I used that. I like to have something of interest between my pages in my journal. So what I'm going to do is tonight is I'm going to get my pages ready for my April journal. I'm not going to bind it or anything tonight. I'm going to, and I want to cut it. I want to cut this the size, and I'm going to work on my mystery journal too. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. But it takes, I'm doing these by month, and it takes about 8 sheets of this copy paper. This is 11 by 17. Takes about 8 of these, because they'll be, when you fold them, there's 4 to a sheet, and 4 times 8 is 32. So it takes about 8 for a month of blank pages. So I'm going to count out 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then I'm going to keep 1 to size on this. So I'm just going to get my pages ready for next month. Now I could trim this in the trimmer. It looks like I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. That was a little sneeze. It wasn't a big achoo sneeze. But I don't mind just cutting this. I don't mind just cutting it. Because when I do these art journal pages, and to me, perfection is overrated on this stuff. I'm just going to cut it down the center here. I'll try to cut it as nice as I can. And I'm cutting all, I got 3 sheets left. I think there were 4 in the row. I think there are 3 here. I'm not totally sure. I'll have to count again. You could cut this with a trimmer, but I'm not going to bother with that. I'm just going to cut. And see, it rolls up on me. But what I want to do is get it flat and flatten it out. So when I come ready to use it in April, it'll be flat. And because I sneezed, I have to wipe my face. Excuse me. All right, so let's count how many I have here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there were 5 in that box. I've got 4 here and 4 here, so I'll have 8 of these too. So I'll actually have, I like to have something of interest between these pages. So I could actually do, no, I'm not going to do that. Just ignore that thought. But now what I want to do, and I probably have messed this up enough, I'm just going to kind of hold this together the best I can. It's all curly. It's all curly. See, it's uneven here. This is the even side, I guess. I got the uneven with the even. Let's put the even with the even. It goes this way and this way. And I like to have something of interest between my pages, is what I'm saying, when I art journal. I like to have something to look at. And I could decoupage this, or not decoupage it, gesso it out, or paint on it, or put collage on it, or I could just leave it. All right, I kind of want to get this because I'm going to have to cut this again. And just ignore me while I cut, because I'm just eyeballing it. Let's put the paper as straight as I can though. And then I should probably clip it. What did I do with my clip? What did I do with my clamp? Did I take it out in the other room? No, I put it back. Good for me. Let's clamp this here. And then I'm going to cut it. I'm just going to cut it here, just eyeballing cutting it. It won't be perfect, but that's okay. Ooh, but I do think I'll use my Tim Holtz. Maybe those big Tim Holtz that Deborah Brown gifted me. My Deborah scissors. These are my Deborah scissors. I have Sue's scissors and Deborah scissors and Timmy scissors. All right, let's cut these. Deborah, if you want to know if I use what you send me, here it goes. And oh yeah, I should probably be doing this with a craft knife, because I'm cutting through 8 sheets of paper. And it won't be even in the end, but that's okay. It's all right. I'll be happy with it. There. And look, I got washi tape. We'll save this out for something. Washi tape. And then let's fold this way. And let's cut this. And see, these scissors come in handy. I do love these big 9-inch blades. Thank you, Deborah Brown. Thank you, Suze, for the fabric scissors and the big long Tim Holtz scissors. Got more washi tape. What did I do with that other? I set it over in here. All right, let's put this back on. See how long I can keep that without losing it. I swear we planted those bulbs yesterday, and every year I have to buy a little spade. I can't keep a gardening spade, you know, the little digger tool, the spade tool. I swear it disappears every year. It disappeared again this year. All right, so now all I want to do, this won't take long, is I want to go, and I think I'll start out with a floral sheet. Fold it in half. We'll fold all my floral sheets in half first. I should get out the scoreboard thing. If you're folding paper, it really helps to fold against that scoreboard because then I'm just going to eyeball it again. So this will be the front of the signature. Now I'll be putting this in a folder probably like I did my other one, my March one. And then I guess I'll fold all these first. One. Isn't this fun to watch? And I've had this around. I think I brought this home from Madison with me. Or did I get it here? I don't remember. I've had it for several years, this paper. I could probably showed it in a thrift haul someplace. It's probably in a thrift haul on my, of course I don't document what I get. I show it, but I don't sit and write it down. And I quit doing the chapters. I quit doing the chapters because I was spending 3 or 4 hours after my stream trying to figure out where I was going to put those chapters in my description box. And that was too much time. It was taking up too much of my day. I have other things that I need to get done. So, sorry about that, but I'm not doing chapters anymore. They're good for people that watch replays, but I can't spend that much time. And they at one point had discussed what we thought about, and then this was on Creator Insider, so this isn't anything that's private. They had in the insider chat, Creator Insider chat, one of the guys suggested that maybe they could automate the chapters. And I would like that if we could control it. If I could, while I was talking, and if I could just key in a special key setting to where I want to put a new chapter. If I could just sit here and when I go to a new project, just key in something. And then if it would flag to the processing, and it could just be a couple sections, and then I could go back later and say this is where I wanted to start putting together my April journal or something like that in my chapter description. Other than that, what I have to do, and maybe other people takes less time, but you know, I stream for 4 or 5 hours. And I suppose I could jot down, like right now I am at 9:02 and I started at, I start at 6 o'clock tonight. I'm about 3 hours into my stream. So I could jot down on a piece of paper, 2.5 hours into my stream, I started folding papers for my April journal. I could jot that down. But I usually forget because I could train myself to remember, but how is that going to work? So it takes, if they would automate that, that would be really nice, but I don't want it so automated that I don't have any control over it, or I just take it out. I don't want them controlling where I put my chapters. So I quit doing chapters. It just takes too much of my day to do it like I want it. Mostly after I get done streaming, I fall asleep for a couple hours. Like Monday mornings, I'm dead on Monday mornings. When I stream on Tuesday and Thursday morning, I usually take a nap. I usually go have some breakfast and then I take a nap. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, this is perfect. So there's 8 of these, and now I just need to get my 8 blank sheets out, and I'll have my journal pages ready for April. This looks more like May, but since this is what I have ready, this is what I'm going to use for April. I'll find something else for May. So let's do these, and I'll have it ready. I learned last year I never had my journal put together but until the middle of the month. And then I was way behind in my journaling like I am now, but I've got some stuff in my journal. I can't believe it's the 7th of March already. 1, 2, and this will be way enough paper for 1 month. I like a lot of paper because I like to doodle. I might want to do a journal page. I might want to do a Pic 10. I wanted to join Beth's Pic 10 on Saturday night. I just wiped out. I didn't get much of anything done this weekend. I blame it on my shopping. Now I'm can't see where I'm going. Three, 4, 5, I just want 8 of them. 6, 7. And I think this is my 8th one. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. Now, the only thing I want to do yet is take one of these and one of these. And I might have to trim these up, but maybe not. One of these, one of these, and this. I'm getting a lot of journals. I don't know when I die what's going to happen to all my art journals. Go to Goodwill or the trash pile, I guess. That's why, it's kind of like why I like the internet, but I suppose if I was no longer doing my channel, eventually they'd probably take it down. Don't you think? I think if you're an inactive channel after a certain amount of time, I know it wouldn't be monetized anymore. I think they would take your channel down. I don't know about you guys, but I got an email from YouTube, or from Google. It wasn't YouTube, it was Google, saying if you have, like I have like 4 different accounts, and I primarily use you get free disk space with your account for like your documents and all that. You get some free disk out there on Google. But starting in June, according to that email that I got, starting in June, if you're not actively using that space that they give you, they're going to take it away. And you know, if you have more than one account like I do, I use my TheMeriAtelier Google space for all my stuff. And I go, well, I guess if I'm not using it, I could understand why they would take it away. But I would like to have one of my other accounts. So if you've got space out there that you might want to use later, you might think about starting, ouch, or check your email and see if you got an email like that. I saved the email. All right, I got a paper cut there. So I'm gonna see, and that helped flatten all this round out. It's a little round yet, but by the time I bind this and put it in a folder, and I think I have my folders out here. Do I have them out here? Did I move them? I might have moved them. A scrapbook. Wait, what's this? No. Yes. So I'm thinking I'll just use another folder. I got these last year sometime for $2.50 at Hobby Lobby. They're originally $10. Oh, that's sticker paper. That's sticker paper. I got folders too. That's what I was thinking of. I might have to go hunting for my folders. Let me check here. If they're not right at hand, I'll look for them later. I got folders like my March one I'm going to have to hunt for. They're over there someplace. But I'm going to use a folder like I have for my... I have a whole set of these. So I'm going to use another file folder for this. And it'll fit in there fine. I mean, this one's getting kind of full. But... So I got that all ready to go for April, except for finding the folder and binding it. Now, I got enough paper left for May. I'll be using that in May. I'll have to find another pretty paper insert. I like to have an insert, something of interest in between my journal pages here while I'm journaling. And it doesn't have to all be the same, but in this case it is. All right, let's put this aside. And that's just some quotes. Actually, those are rips of paper. I want to work on my mystery journal tonight. And what I decided that I was going to do, and I was going to talk about this. Let me get it out. I think I put it back over here. There's this big old stack of paper here. Well, this is going to go on the cover. I'm going to do the pattern paper and paint gold technique on the cover. But I want to talk about what I'm going to do on the inside. Let me find it here. I get all this stuff out and stack it up, and then I have to hunt through it. Where did I put it? Probably behind me. Oh, do. I don't find anything when I want it. Right here. Right here. this was the inside. This is going to go on the outside. That's the magazine. That isn't it. What did I do with it? I had it out when I did the... Ignore me for a minute till I find what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the inside of this. I had it out. Now, I brought it in here when I brought in that Happy Meal. It's got to be over here. See, I stack all this stuff up. Let's unstack it. Here's my March art journal. Here's my beginning of my May art journal. This is sticker paper. There's my doodle bag. Here's what I'm looking for. Part of what I'm looking for. The Jungle Book. There's more of it here. Isn't there? There should be. Here's my Art Deco book. My Art Nouveau book. See, this is what's stacked up where my laptop should be. I need all this space for when I work on all this stuff. See, I was cutting pages out of that horticulture magazine the other night. That's what all this is. Here's Art Nouveau. All my Art Nouveau stuff needs to go back in that Art Nouveau project kit right here. You guys can just watch me straighten up. I'm going to put that back in the project kit. And this. I might work in this a little tonight. I'll keep that out. Here's the Tim Holtz stuff I was using. A fussy cut. More horticulture stuff. This is what happens. This is what happens when I work on this stuff. I have to stack it all up on one side, and then it just keeps stacking. Do you guys have that happen to you? All right, we'll put all that there, and that there, and that there. We'll stack it all up again. I got this out, but that's not what I want. There's more to this. This is part of it. I had it with this. It frustrates me when I get it out and get it all ready to go, and then I can't find it. It frustrates me. I guess we're not going to work on it tonight. Where's my mystery journal stuff? It should be with that in my mystery box. Come on, where's that? Here it is. That's what I was looking for. Now where's the mystery box itself? I guess it doesn't matter because I found what I want. All right, let's go back to my original plan. Which is this. This is done. This is done. This is my March art journal. So what I want to do is work on my mystery journal. And what I did is I have this Jungle Book that I got at the thrift store. Jungles. I took the book cover off and I'm using it to hold scraps. And then a week or so ago, I used wallpaper. I think Janet Nash sent me this wallpaper. And this is fabric. This is washi. This is duct tape. I did this one night. I think I did it one Sunday night. But I took the insides out of it. And I split the pages. And this part here, I think I can put back in, And there's a couple of index that I'm just going to put in the mystery box itself, because I wanted book pages in my mystery box. Lisa had a lot of interesting book pages in. And this I can put back in. However, there's some of this that I saved out to fussy cut, like these. These are things that I want to, that's what I bought it for, was to fussy cut the jungle animals. And see, there's a lot of it here. And so I took that part out, and I'm going to save that part out. That's not going back into the mystery journal. This I think, yeah, see, isn't he cute? And I think this is fussy cut stuff here too. The fish and the birds. So this is all fussy cut stuff here. That's what I say to fussy cut. This is the back of the book. Well, there's some interesting stuff in here, but I decided to leave it. Where is that? I decided to leave it as a part of my mystery journal, which means it may get worked on. But it's just a gorilla on the brink of extinction. The mountain gorilla. That's the mountain gorilla. And the black cowman looks like an alligator. So what I'm going to do, this is going, I've probably have taken about half of these out. Now that may still be a lot, because when I start working in a mystery journal, you're going to build up bulk. So I may take this center part out. What kind of pages does it have in here? I may save this out. And so, you know how you glue pages together or tear every other page out? That's kind of what I've done here. And I'm going to bind this back in here, and I might leave a gap in there. But what I'm going to do is take some of that washi tape, put it here, and so it'll hold these two together. And I don't know if I need any there or not. I'll probably put something in there. I could put washi tape in there. So let's do that right now. You could glue it back together, but I don't want to mess with it. You could do that perfect binding where you just spread that glue out there. But I'm just going to use a strip of that washi tape that I said I'd use for something. And this is the something. Let's use this. It'll go good in there. And it's about the right size. And this is going to become my mystery journal once I get this put back in. And then I have a whole box full of stuff like Lisa does. This is Lisa Conway inspired. Before I actually, I'm going to tape this together tonight. But before I actually put it in here, I'm going to take this pattern paper and collage it on. And I'll have to collage it on and let it dry. Good. Let it dry overnight and paint it, because it'll be wet. So I'm going to do that tonight too. But let's start by doing this. Let's get this off of my table. It drives me nuts sometimes. So all I'm going to do is, where's that clip? Let's put that clip on here. See if it'll fit. Yeah. And we're just going to take this washi and put it here. And let's see if I might have to allow for the spine. Yeah, I think I'll be good. So let's cut it first. I like duct tape. I duct tape everything together, tear it apart, and tape it back together. Now, I could have left this bound, but I like what I did to the inside of it. I could have left this book bound because they did a good job of binding it. Let's see, let's put it right about there. And I'm going to have to find a good way to do this part here. This part. Oh, where's my palette knife? Hold on to that for me, would you? Thank you. I'll pull this down if I can and fold it. This is a little bit easier to do than my project bag was, although it's very similar to what I was doing. See how strong that tape is? It's very strong tape. That's pretty even. And I'm going to put it right about, can you guys see? Yeah. Put it right about, doesn't have to be perfect, right about there. Let's wrap it around. It's a little shorter on this side, which is okay. I took that out, that clamp out. Shouldn't have done that. Take this off. This you can pull tight if you want, because this is, doesn't matter if it gets stretchy on this. Or I think you can. It's up to you to whether you really want to do that or not. There. Now, let's open it up here, because this is, where's the center? The center is here. I'm going to put some tape in here. And I could put washi in here. I don't have to put that fabric. I could put a paper in there, paper tape. Or I could put fabric tape in again. Let's see what I have. I have several strips of it that I made the other night. I have some of that galaxy fabric. Let's do a piece of that. My little scissors away. Get out my old scissors to cut this with. Right about there. Right here. Yeah, I think I'm going to start boxing things up and marking what's in each box, because I'm to the point where I'm getting frustrated with not being able to find things when I want it, and I get stuff out and I get it ready to go, and then I find that I'm streaming and I'm looking all over for it. That bugs me to no end. All right, let's pull this up, 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 and away. And just put it right down in there. And that will kind of be the center of the book. That's pretty good. I like that. And so this will become my mystery journal. And I might even, as I'm working in this, depending on what I'm doing at the time, I might end up in splitting some of these pages and making half this way and half that way. And I could split them vertically. I could make flips. Let's go ahead and let's put that pattern paper on the cover. Get it ready to go so that when I actually want to work in it, it will be ready. So here's the pattern paper. There's more pattern paper. I should have plenty. And here's the yes, I'm adjusting my chair again. All right. So this will go eventually be put back in here, right in here. And I'll probably tape it in. Maybe I'll make some more washi like this. But this will be my mystery journal. But what we're going to do tonight, waxy paper. I thought I had another sheet of it out that was longer than that. I'm going to turn it this way. And I actually washed Suze's brush out the other night. It was all gooey. You know, and a good soap and water job will do the trick. All right, so what I want to do, excuse me for slamming that down. What I want to do is tear some of this pattern paper up and start putting it down. Let's get out my collage medium, my Elmer's glue. Oh, and the other thing that I think I'm going to do, Tim Holtz inspired me this weekend. He uses press and seal around here, and I think that I can actually do that. But what he was saying was on his, what was he using? Collage medium comes in a smaller jar. A smaller jar, say this is a jar and this is the lid to it. Well, he'll put the press and seal. You can buy that. It's sort of like a wax paper. It's not wax paper. It's more like a saran wrap, but it's self-sealing. And you can put it down like this is your open jar of collage medium, and he'll fit it right on like you do in when you store stuff in the refrigerator and you don't want it to get scum on the top. And he'll put that press and seal right down on either on the top or close to the top of his collage medium and let it go out over the edge of the jar. And he says the reason he does that is, he says stuff gets old just because the air gets to it. And by using that press and seal, he says, even though you close this stuff up, the air can still seep in. And you can tell that I got scum around. Look at the scum on this. This is just glue. And when I clean this jar out, I'll take my heat gun and I'll just hit this. I can peel it off tonight. But if I can't get it off like this, I'll take my heat gun and melt this, and it'll come right up, and that's how I clean this jar up again when I'm cleaning my glue pot out. I'll hit it with the heat gun, and it generally cleans it up pretty good. Here I'm just peeling it off. It's so thick that it just peels off like it does off of plastic. Now it's all gooey on my hands though. I got more in here. Let's get it out of there. Where's my palette knife? Oh, good thing that's an artificial candle. I surely would have a fire here tonight. Yeah. And this is just Elmer's glue. This is when I use it, it gets scummy at the top. I brush my brush off at the top. And this is just school glue. I use school glue. I don't go for the expensive stuff. I don't even go for glue all. I think Lisa and Tanya make their collage medium out of glue all and a bit of Mod Podge and a bit of water. But I just use school glue and a teeny bit of water just to dilute it a little. That's all that's in here. And it seems to work okay for my purposes. All right, so we're ready to do this. And looks like I sprayed on one of these, so let's save this. Let's save this one because I discolored it. I arted it up. We're not going to paint over that. We're going to save it for collage paper. I've got plenty. I can save that. All right. So, let's just, and I find that this pattern tissue holds the wrinkles dry a lot better than that masking paper that we buy. Now, somebody said to wet, I think it was Aunt Beck said to wet that masking paper and pull it out, get it all wrinkly and pull it out, and then let it air dry, and it'll hold the wrinkles better. But this pattern tissue, I find, holds the wrinkles pretty good. For my purposes, it does. For what I want. And I'm just wrinkling it up, and I'm going to pull it out. Because you want some of the wrinkles to show, because we want it to look like a textured, we want it to look textured. This is a Lisa thing too, although this is an old technique, but Lisa does this a lot when she's doing her journal. Well, she's done it before, let's say that. I've watched Lisa do this. And you just, I get enough ready to go here, and then I start collaging it down. And then you let it dry, you collage it all down, you let it dry, and then you paint it out. I'll probably paint it black, and then you highlight the texture areas with I use that Darabin screening, but you highlight the textured areas with a paste or a glaze or something like that, like you would an embossed area. Oh, this has got a little of my color on it. Okie dokie. But I have all these scraps. We are blessed with scraps in our world. And I like to buy patterns that have long dresses on them, or long skirts, or lots of tissue in them. A lot of pattern tissue in them. I always look for those first. got plenty here. It's rolling down. I'm going to get out some boxes. I was thinking I'd buy some document boxes. You can go to like Menards and you can get these document boxes that are probably about, what, 14 by 13 by 18 or something like that deep. And they're to store documents in. But I was thinking it would be nice to get a whole set of those for the stuff that like I say, I got stuff here that's just piling up, just like what I got out tonight. And it piles up so much around me that I'm beginning not to be able to find stuff. And if I put this stuff in boxes and document where I put them in a composition book and make a list of what's in each box and number the box, and I should do that for everything I took upstairs too, which is stuff I don't use as much. But for the stuff that I use a lot that's around me, but there's so much around me anymore that it's starting to frustrate me. And when that starts happening, I haven't had that problem in a long time. But when that happens, it's time to do something about it. And some of you start throwing away and selling and destashing. I'm not ready to destash. I'm not ready to destash. Mostly because everything I have is from somebody's destash. I don't want to destash somebody's destash. Books that I get at the thrift store and, well, some of the stuff I could destash, but I'm not ready to do that because I still think I want to use it. And if you came in here and I haven't said hello to you or welcomed you, welcome, welcome. I get to working on that stuff, and I try to come out every now and then and chat. All right, let's go ahead and start collaging some of this down. I'm just going to pile all this up over here, and I'm going to start over here. Where's my brush? All right, here's my candle. It makes me feel good to have the candle here. Now, you could make sure that you get a lot of wrinkles and creases in this as you go. I like a lot of creases, but I don't want a whole lot of them, but I want some. So let's start just putting the glue on there. This was, I have to say, this was a well-made book. It almost seemed like a shame to deconstruct it. However, it was at the thrift store, and I saw it there for a couple of weeks before I actually bought it, and it didn't look like anybody was interested in it. It's a jungle book. And so I thought, well, I like the pictures in it. So I bought it, and I am using some of it for fussy cut, and I'm going to make a mystery journal out of this. And who knows what will happen to the mystery journal. It's a mystery what will happen to it. And I am purposely putting some creases in here. Oh, I dipped my candle. Dip my brush in the candle. Yeah, Mary. There's not even hot wax in that candle. I do enjoy this process. I enjoy mixed media. I enjoy taking things like this and making a new, like Dee Dee Willingham says, she says, now she's talking about her collaging, but she talks about creating, she says, create a new world, create your own world. And I like the creation process of this because you never know, even when you're creating, like I have a goal here of doing a mystery journal, but you never know how this is going to turn out. It'll be a mystery. Sometimes, like, I'll do things and it's completely different than what I envisioned. And that's okay too. It's part of the creation process. Unless the only reason that something like that would be not okay is if you're following specs or doing a project for somebody and they told you what they want and they end up with something you created that's not what they ordered. That's not okay. But if you're just here playing in your studio, go for it. The creation process is, everybody's creative. Whether you think so or not, you are creative. It's a part of our humanness. Some people are creative in different areas. Not everybody's creative visual arts, but creativity is and I hate to say, it's almost it's a thought process, but not entirely a thought process, because sometimes things happen without you thinking about them. But I'm going to do my sermon on thinking. I think I caught Tim Holtz talking about overthinking something too this weekend. I forget what he was talking about. And he was just talking about letting things happen, I think, when he was doing those glazes. He didn't plan it out, was what he was saying. The glazes almost defined as he was working on it. And that's okay too. But I think it's okay to think about your project, even if it doesn't turn out to what you thought it was going to be. It's okay to think about it. Some people think that thinking is a bad thing. And thinking is not about your art. It's not necessarily a bad thing. And it kind of frustrates me that people downplay thinking. But that's me. That's me. Ooh, I'm liking this. I'm liking how it's turning out. I'm loving all the creases that are happening in here. I do like the pattern tissue for doing this type of thing. Now this does not take a whole lot of skill. Anybody could do this. Rip your pattern paper up, open up a book, and start collaging down. Start collaging stuff down. Whoops. So don't forget, tomorrow, starting at 3 p.m. Eastern, no, is it 2 p.m. or 3? I need a Lisa or a Tanya in here. Tomorrow, Lisa and Tanya's stream-a-thon is going to happen on Tanya's channel. And I think they said 3 p.m., but it might have been 2. My head doesn't hold all those times. I know Becky's at 3 Eastern on Wednesday. We're going to paint a project bag. And I think I'm going to do wonky houses, but I might change my mind by the time Wednesday happens. And Friday night is our stream-a-thon, our Friday night stream-a-thon, but it starts in the morning. We have plenty of streamers. The schedule is out on my community tab, It's also in Phibbsville. And I don't know if Aunt Bex posted it. She usually posts, but she might have the other things posted now. And there's about 10 of us in that. And we are doing a masterboard. Now, masterboards, to me, a masterboard is kind of what we do with Pick 10, or what I've done in the past with Becky's Dirty Dozens. Like, we'll do and I will use an 18 by 24 sheet of paper out on my desk and work along with Becky on those Dirty Dozens, and then make ATCs or tags. I guess you could call those Dirty Dozen pieces masterboards. But it's not, it's masterboards, but we're putting a twist on it, in that when we do our masterboard, we are doing it with things that we haven't used in a long time, or we don't use very much. So that's kind of the twist. Maybe I'll look at some of that stuff that I have flagged to go upstairs, because that's stuff that I don't use very much. I kind of have an idea of some things I want to do on my masterboard. We'll see how that turns out. Oh, I'm liking this. This is a little thick in here on the edge. I don't know if I think I'll take my palette knife, and this is kind of, I think I'm going to pull this off here. It's kind of gooped up on the edge, and I'm afraid it's gonna, I'll put another piece down there. I'm afraid it's gonna eventually not be what I want. I'm gonna take that off and put another piece on there. And I'm gonna come out and chat as soon as I get this glue thing done. Right now I'm chatting at you, not with you. Becky says Monday, March 8th, 2013. Oh, March 8th, 2021, 3 to 6. Thank you, Becky, on Tanya's channel. Becky straightens us out. Thank you, Becky. Thank you, thank you. I'm going to kind of leave that corner. I think I don't like how I got this scooped up on the corners here. It kind of, when I get to the edge, and then I kind of folded it back. I don't like that. I'm going to scrape it off while it's still wet. That's too goopy on the edge, gooped up. That's better. And maybe over here, pull this off a little. That's better. Much happier with it. Now this book has a good 1/8 of an inch, almost a 1/4 of an inch area in here. So I'm going to do those. I'm going to do the spine next to make sure I get that all covered in there. And let me reach down. I dropped some of this. Now, paper towel. Wax paper. Oh. This is fun to do. Here, I got some over here too. Let me get this off. I don't like how it's coming over my edge here. I'm just gonna scrape it off if I can. Yeah, our Friday night hops are live stream hops. And you guys have seemed to have taken to them pretty well. They seem to always, and the gals who stream, they're streaming on their own channels, so they're getting the time. They're getting their own time. It's only for half an hour. Now, I have asked in the Sunday night group if they wanted me to extend it from a half an hour to 45 minutes. And not very many of them really were for that. Now on the Friday one, I don't think I can do that because we're already filled up almost all day Friday. Starting at 6 in the morning, clear till, and then we got Scrap Chick and Barbeau, and I don't want to take their time, and Tanya. Well, I'm talking Friday and Sunday there, but I have to be, what I'm saying is I have to be aware of other people streaming. So even though they're on their channel, we only go for about a half an hour. And that's a challenge to do a project. Even something like this that I'm doing right here takes longer than a half an hour. So when you come to these streams, expect for the projects to be completed maybe in another video, which is okay. But like we might do, some of us might do a project board and get the project board done, but whatever we make out of it may not happen until another stream on their own channel. Well, on their own channel. That's what I'm saying. Get this tucked down in there. But our Friday night and our Sunday night hops have gone over really good. And the Saturday ones too. The end of the month seems really busy though, doesn't it? I did a 4th Saturday and a 4th Sunday. And sometimes those fall on the same week. Not all the time, but it keeps you busy if you're in both of them. And then if you're Lisa or Tanya, you work ahead. I'll bet you those two always worked ahead in school. I'm not that good to work ahead with all that stuff. I'm a do it at the last minute person. And sometimes that's good, and sometimes it's not. Ooh, that's a lot of glue, but we're going to use it. Sometimes when you are doing something and you're doing it at the last minute, sometimes it's that working under pressure thing. Sometimes some good things happen that way. Not all the time, but sometimes you're not as, what do you want to say? You're letting it happen rather than controlling what happens. And that gets into the thought process again. Mary's rambling on. I'm loving what's happening over here. Let's continue on here. I like this technique a lot for the covers. Now I have a journal, my 3rd journal from last year that I want to make a cover for. And in fact, I think I have one that I started for, I was going to use this for Society of Idyllic. That's not yet. No, what is, where is it here? It's a little big. And this was done in, this is all gold though. I might repaint that. I painted this entire thing gold. I might go over it with black. But see, all this needs to be taken off. This is a little bit bigger than those other journals, but it warped on me. And I need to spray this with water and see if I can't get some of that warp out of it. I was going to do a Society of Idea Collector. Ah, my Society of Idea Collectors is sitting over there on the bottom of everything. It doesn't seem like I need to collect ideas. They just come find me through you guys. I just watch videos. Keeps me busy. Just like this, mystery journals and project bags and tags and mystery boards. Art cards. But I do like Society of Idea Collectors. But I kind of have, I need to get back to doing my journal. I think I spend so much time planning what I want to do that I don't get it done. Analysis paralysis, they call that. And then I go and do all this stuff, so it's not entirely that, but you can plan too much. Don't let anybody know Mary said that. Don't tell Dee Dee Mary said that. I wish Dee Dee would do more Society of Idea Collectors. She's gotten away from it. It was so fun when she did those things. Fun for me, though. Probably not fun for everybody else. She has to do on her channel what she has to do. I love to watch Dee Dee draw, but I don't get out there like I used to. I don't get out to anybody like I used to. What's wrong with me? I'm getting old and slow. Yeah. I guess I'll put it, I don't want to build up those corners too much. I come back in and tear them off. I need to put some more on that. This, it has a cloth cover, and it does kind of drink this glue. The fabric kind of drinks the glue in a way. I'm just kind of wrinkling my tissue paper. I wanted a little bit more there. Yeah, this is wrinkly. This is not what I want. Let's tear that off. Yuck. Let's put a straight piece down here. On it, or like that. I'm almost done here. Almost done. Yeah, gooey. And then I'll come out and chat a bit. We didn't eat supper tonight. I'm getting hungry. Usually my brother cooked something, but he was tired. He was tired from this week too. This week kind of tired both of us out. He didn't even ask me if I wanted something. Sometimes when he doesn't feel like cooking, he says, "Do you want any supper?" And I generally say no, but he didn't even ask me. I probably would have said no. I have some vegetable soup in there I need to eat up. It's kind of late for vegetable soup. Ew. I usually fix a big old pot of veggie soup, and then I'll eat on it for 3 or 4 days. My brother will eat one bowl of it and he's done. He likes to grow the veggies. He's not really a leftovers person. Yeah. Poor brother. I talk about him too much probably on here. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. I don't know what I'd do without my older brother. I tell him that every now and then. I don't know where I'd be if I couldn't live here. I tell him I'd probably be laying dead in some ditch. It says I'm live again. It says I'm live again. Yeah, I don't know. It buffered. I was chattering away. I looked over and I was buffering. So I thought I'd better check it. How long was I down? You were scared? I'm not sure you're talking to, Mary Berry. Hi, Suze. Am I live again? Oh, let me check my chat over here. You can see the top of my forehead when I came in. Oh, dear. Well, I'm just going to leave it that way. You were talking about being dead in a ditch. I was telling my brother that if I didn't, that if it wouldn't be for him, I don't know what I'd do without him. I said I'd probably be dead in some ditch someplace. That was supposed to be appreciation for my brother giving me a roof above my head. Shouldn't have scared you. About 3 minutes. I was down for about 3 minutes. Okay. Yeah, that pretty white hair. My pretty white hair needs to be cut. It's really long. I cut all the dark ends off of it. I let the brown hair grow out. And I cut off all the brown ends now. So it's all white. But it's really too long. It needs to be cut. So when this virus thing gets settled down a little bit more, I'm going to go get it cut. But all right. Let me come out and chat a little bit with you. But let me put this aside and let it dry, because this will have to dry overnight. And then when I stream on Tuesday morning, I'll paint this and maybe put the inside back in it. But let me go across the room and put this in a place to where it can lay out flat and dry, which would be right here. Yes. Maybe a little flatter, like that. And let me pick this paper off the floor. So, there's something else I want to do tonight, and it's been such a weird night. Maybe I'll just go ahead and do it. But I'm going to chat first. I'm going to come out and chat. I just got to get situated here. Let me throw this wax paper away. and fix my chair so I can be comfortable. You might see my white hair again. I don't resent my white hair. I just wish it were prettier. I wish it were cut. That's what I wish. Oh, am I buffering again? No, I guess I'm live. Let me come out and chat. Let me come out and talk to you guys rather than at you. The Mystery Jungle Book. I like that. Yeah. Did you get all your books sorted out, Mary Berry? Sharon says, looks great on the cover, Mary. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you. Julie says, Mary, you got me unraveling the twisted paper handles. Aw. You got them all sorted out. Wow, that's pretty cool. All your books you were sorting out. Hi, Connie Stanley. Welcome, welcome. Allie K says back. They say you're back, you're back. Ellen, hi, Ellen. I think she was asking Mary Berry if she had children. If you're asking me, Ellen, I'm not sure which Mary you're asking. I do not have children. You could have been asking Mary Berry. Mary Berry says, Mary, 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 Mary. Ann Lar says, hi and good night all. Ann peeked in. I'll do that sometimes. I'll go join a chat and I'll just say hi and bye. Sometimes I just pop in and say hello and then I'm gone. I'm tired. So I certainly understand if you guys are tired and can't stay. It's been quite a week last week. I'm starting to get some rest though. This weekend I have kind of taken off. You got to get your rest. I understand that. All right. Let's see what else is going on out there. And Laura peeked in. Mina says, is anybody else buffering? Buffer, buffer, buffer. They were buffering. Your brother's glad to have your cooking. My brother likes it when I make potatoes and gravy. He doesn't do that too well. But he generally does most of the cooking. He likes to cook. He didn't cook tonight, though. I just let him do it because I feel like he needs to have as much activity as he enjoys doing. I can't get him interested in doing stuff. He likes to go fishing. I can get him to read mystery books. I got to go to the library tomorrow. He likes to read mystery books. But I can't get him interested in making those pop cans anymore. He used to work puzzles. I can't get him interested in working puzzles. And he was pacing around the floor one day, and I told him to go grab a vacuum cleaner. As long as you're pacing up and down the floor, you might as well be pushing a vacuum. He didn't. He's a good boy. He's a good brother. I like him. Mary, you should take those extra days and use them for catching up days. I know. I should do that. I think that would be a nice break and good feeling to start the next month stress-free. I agree, Beth. I should do that. I agree. Beth, if you're in here. Beth Schuler was in here. Aunt Beck says Tuesday, March 9th is when she's on at 2 to 3 on Lisa's channel is when Aunt Becca's going to be streaming. Lori and Ann on Lisa's channel from 9 a.m. to 12. On Monday, March 8th, which is tomorrow morning at 6 p.m., Tanya's channel, 6 to 9. Oh, that's tomorrow night. I thought it was earlier than that. 6 p.m. on Tanya's channel. I was thinking it was in the morning. See, I'm all mixed up. This might be her final schedule. from 6 to 9 tomorrow night on Tanya's channel. March 8th is Barb and Tanya. Now that I was going to stream with Tanya and Barb, but well, you saw me unload things off of my cart over there. That's where my laptop should go. And just getting that all hooked up, it's just a nightmare to get it all hooked up again. I don't have the energy. So if I could do StreamYard off of my phone, I would. But I tried that with Dee Dee, and it did not work good at all. It echoed, and they thought it was the microphone. I mean, my earbuds. But I think it was the fact that I was going through, excuse me for peeling that glue off of my fingers in front of you guys. But I think it was just, I don't think StreamYard works that well with just the phone. You have to have your webcam and laptop all set up. And maybe someday I'll get back to that. But even then, when I have it, I lag so bad off of StreamYard. Like I can be talking, and what's bad, the lag isn't bad except for they'll ask me a question, and I hear it 3 minutes after they ask it, and so I start talking about it, but they've gone on and are talking about something else, and I start talking, and I interrupt whoever's talking because they thought I didn't answer. And so the lag is so bad for me. StreamYard just does not work well for me on my setup. And that could just be as much a technical issue for me as, well, you saw what happened with my mobile phone just a few minutes ago. Erin says she's a copycat. Aw, it's okay to copy some things, Erin. Sometimes that's how you learn. All right. Let's see what else is going on. Lucia was in here. I think if you're still out there, Lucia, hi. She said hello to Becky at 9:30, about an hour ago. Lucia says, hi, Mary and everyone. I've been watching and listening while I sort through piles and piles of stuff that I have in my room. Yeah, Lucia's doing what I should be doing. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to get a big box. I keep saying I'm going to get a big box. I'm going to throw everything in it. Actually, what I want to do is get a big box and some little boxes. And I like these little containers. I got one here. I got on top of my wastebasket. Let me pull it out here, because I got to show it to you. It's full of stuff. But I like these. I get these at the Dollar General for about 2 for $5. And I like the size of them. They come in a package of 2, and I pay about $5. They're Rubbermaid containers. And they're about 12 inches long, about 4 inches deep, and about 10 inches wide. 10 inches this way. And I like these. And I can take a lot of stuff that I have over on my desk, and I'm going to buy about 3 more packages of these. Get me about 6 more of these. And I'm going to label what I put in them. And Becky was talking about that in some of her sorting, that when you have transparent containers, you know what's in them. Of course, you'd have to be rich to have a whole room full of them, but I could get some of them and put the stuff that I use a lot, like my tapes. I have a tape drawer down here, and I have tape in it, and I use it, and I have a space for my fine liners and a space for my washi tape, and so I'm semi-organized, but I just got all this stuff piled around me. And the more I stream and the more projects I start, the more piles I get. Just like I have right now tonight. I have this Jungle Book sitting out here. All right, so let's go down. Let's hit the blue arrow and come back down, Mary. I'm going to hit the blue arrow and go back down to the bottom. Mina says she loves biographies. I do too, Mina. The complete schedule is on, for the Streamathon, is on Becky's community tab. Thank you, Becky. I'll go look at that. I plan on attending the Streamathon, but I'm not going to stream. I'm lagging so bad. Oh, Mary Berry says, Mina, I'm also reading biographies. I love biographies. And I especially like autobiographies. When somebody writes their own story, if they do, you know, you can get it, their thoughts from their life, from their mouth. Mostly. It's been edited and all of that, but generally, I like autobiographies. I like biographies too, but you're getting it, somebody's writing about somebody else's life. All right, let me put this glue away. I do have a spot for my glue. And let me fold up this pattern paper because it's piled up over here like this. And at least I can do is fold it up. I'm going to put you guys back on the stand. I'll be getting you off in a minute here. I'm not going to put the cord back, but let me fold this up. I'll be looking for pattern tissue one of these days. I'm going to put this back in my mystery box. So I'm getting ready to do a mystery journal type thing. I sorted out that mystery box of stuff, and we're going to do some mystery journaling a la Lisa Conway. All right, but what I want to do tonight, this is, see my white owl here? I'm not sure I like that now. Do I like it or not? Yeah, I guess I do. This is what I did for January. Well, for my animal, I have a owl and a squirrel, and a fox and a hummingbird, and something else. Let's see, fox, a hummingbird, an owl, a squirrel. Well, what I want to do for February, which is gone, February and March, I'm going to work on my drawings. I have it out here on my drive. I'm going to show you what I'm going to do for, and I want to get this done. Let's go to my drive here. And again, you might want to check your email and make sure that you I opened my email, not my drive. You might want to check your email, because I got an email from Google saying that if you haven't used all that space that they've given you, and I think they said in June of 2021, they were going to start taking it back if you aren't using it, so to speak. All right. I think I called these. What did I call them? Animal reference. And what I want to do, there's the fox. Did I save my lions off? Let me see. Yeah. I want to do this lion and the cub, and I don't know how well you can see that. Let me stand up and see what you, yeah, you can see it pretty well. I want to do this picture. This came off of, I think this came off of Unsplash. Pixabay or Unsplash. I got it documented. And I love that. It's a lion and a little cub. Or that could be a lioness there. It looks older than a cub. It could be a cub or it could be a lioness. I'm not sure which. Looks a little old to be a cub. But anyway, I love that picture. And it's perfect for February. And let's see if I have the one that I want to do. Yeah, I'm going to do this little lamb. Let me get it out. I'm not going to do the sheep. I'm just going to do the little lamb here. There's a sheep up here too, but I'm not going to do the sheep. I'm going to do the little lamb for March. So, they say that what? March comes in like a lamb and goes out like a lion, or comes in like a lion and goes out like a lamb. Well, I'm going to do February. I'm going to do the lion. And And in March, I'm going to do the lamb. Now, this is to thank people for the super chat. And I think I'm going to have to go to the library and see if I can print off my 5x9s a little bit cheaper. I'm not ready to pay $1 a print. It'd break me. It'd break me because I want to send them out to several people. And you saw the list that I had. And if I send out even 5 prints at $1 a print, it would be $5 a person. $5 a person at 50 people would be $250, right? 50 people at $5 a person. I can't do that. And then there's mailing costs. So I've got to find a way to do it cheaper. But right now I'm just going to sketch them. So eventually you guys are going to get a set of prints from me. And everybody who sent me a super chat should get one. And if you don't get one, let me know. So I want to sketch this. And I generally sketch in ink and paint. And if I don't like what I do it again. Let's see what you guys are seeing. Yeah, you're seeing the entire sketchbook here. Is probably, I'm not going to zoom in. And then I think I'll use my walnut ink. Let me go get it. It's over here on the shelf. I think I'm going to do it in walnut ink and black ink pen. Let me get this out. Yeah, I have to reach for it. I need more than one box. I need a whole set of boxes. But you know, I'm happy with all this stuff around me. But I'm starting to get a little frustrated. This is walnut ink here. And I got a piece glued around there. This stayed on there, so I left it on there. But let's see what I can do. I've been meaning to do this in several of my streams, and I never got it done. So I want to get the entire lion on here. And his face, and I think that may be a cub, but it might be a lioness. I'm not real sure, but it really doesn't matter. And it's going to go down in here, and his face will come up here, and he's going to have the mane there. Now that's getting a little big. So, and I tend to, so I'm going to have to try to make it a little smaller. One thing I could do is something that artists quite frequently do, and since I'm going to, let's see if I can find it with not too much trouble here. I don't know what I did with my masking tape. Mask off the area to keep me from going. Keep me from going off of the edge of the board of the page there. Remind me to get more masking tape next week. I got that painter's tape that Journey sent me. I should get that out. This is here now. So if I mask this off to remind me that I want a decent border on here. And I didn't come clear out to the edge. I left about a crooked 1/4 inch here because I want more than an inch. And let's do the same thing over here. I'm running out of tape. About a 1/4 of an inch away. And that way I'll have a nice border. I tend to run my image off of my page. Now, this will probably stick and maybe tear the paper because it's masking tape. It's not you're supposed to, when you do this with masking tape, you're supposed to put it on your sweater or something and make it less sticky. Now, come on. And this is probably dollar store masking tape because it's sticking. Masking tape is kind of expensive though, don't you think? I think it's kind of expensive for what it is. We use a little of it and we're done. I think it's a little expensive for what it is. I buy mine at the dollar store, but you don't get as much. Well, get off of my finger. That's a little crooked, but that's okay. It's not going to be, it doesn't have to be perfect. Let's see if I can straighten it out a little. A little more. That way. And I'm not doing this to have a pretty white border. I'm doing this. I know Lisa called this, Hannah, her daughter, called this tape evil. Evil. And Lisa said, what makes it evil? And Hannah says, it tears bad. She called it evil. I got some of her evil masking tape, Lisa. She was laughing about that, one of her streams. But I'm doing this not just to have a pretty white border. I'm doing this to keep my composition on my page. I tend to run my picture up too high or down too low or off of the page. And I'm doing this to help me keep my composition on my page. So if I mask off the border here, I already have a border, hopefully. All right. So this forces me to make, I always want to draw big too. And sometimes when I start drawing, I see this great big old giant lion head and I don't have any room for anything else. This forces me to think about this picture here. Forgive my dirty hands. Compositionally, like his mane, that lion's mane and this, all that fur coming down over his ears should be probably be about the size of my hand, palm of my hand. And then his big long rectangle face would come right about in here. So if you could see my hand and not my palm, this part of my hand, but this part of my hand as being his head, and this being his mane, you could almost get the shape of that lion. So that helps me think about how I want to place this, and then the cub or the lioness will be down in here. Helps me think about placing this on the page a little better. So if I go like this, I want to start his fuzzy fur up in here, his top fur, right up to where my fingertips are. And it'll be right in there. And then all of his mane will come down this way. So let's just put some, and when I draw, I don't draw a kind of sketchy sketch. And I'm also going to go in with walnut ink on this. I think this will be a nice walnut ink drawing. So let's see if I can actually, after all this chatter, do what I'm saying I want to do. So we're just going to kind of shape out his, he's got a top hat on here. I don't know what they call that, but it's part of his mane, but this is mostly his fur coming down here is his mane. This is part of it on his top of his head. Top mane. There must be a name for it in the animal world. And I'm just going to kind of shape it up there. And I'm just going to put in some scratchy, and then his fur kind of comes out this way. And then his ear starts coming down this way, like this. And his head, I don't want to put it in too dark, but his head kind of comes this way. And then the little one, I don't know if that's a lioness or a cub. I almost think it's a cub, but it's not a baby cub. It looks like it could be a lioness too. But I think a lioness would be look a little bit more mature, and a baby cub would look younger. This looks like it might be a 1-year-old, maybe, or maybe even 1.5 going on 2 years old. I don't know. But I like the picture. But that's her head, or its head, falls right underneath of this lioness head here. So just kind of maybe get his nose in here and worry about this. If I get his nose in here, let me expand his head. See, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? And see, the head of I guess this could be a lioness, a female lion. Or it could be a cub. I haven't decided. I don't know. If it's a lioness, she's certainly not an old one. And I almost think it's got a scar or something up there. It almost looks like he's protecting her, doesn't it? And he's certainly looking down at her. There's some love going on there. So, but her head, I need to allow for her head falls right underneath of his chin. So I need to allow for that. So if I put his nose, I might even need to move it over a little. And if I make marks there, I'll work it in. So let's put his nose right in here. I kind of like that. And then he's got, I call this his cheek. This is where all his whiskers come out here. So that's going in. His nose is kind of dark. This is his nose right in here. And then his cheek, where all his whiskers are, come in here. And it kind of comes up this way. And his mouth, you can see his mouth is closed, but you can kind of see it there. So it kind of curves kind of like so. And then his nose, his forehead, and his nose comes up this way. And it's fairly long, which means not in here. And it kind of comes down like that. It might make his nose a little, yeah, it's pretty good. And then he's got all this fuzzy fur coming out this way. Now, do I have it like that? Sometimes cats are a challenge for me. Cats are a challenge for Mary. Even kitty cats are. So his fur comes in there, and his eye is right in here. And his eye really isn't that big. His eye is, you would think it would be bigger, but it's really not that big. Now, I'm not sure I have it. He's got a big furry cheekbone in here. And his face comes that way. I think his nose might be a little bit longer. We'll just keep working with it until I do get it. And maybe his eye needs to be darker. Maybe that's what's bothering me. And in there, all that fur. And then he's got I'm in this area here. He's got kind of I want to say a beard. He's got a little hair coming off of his chin in here. Like that. And this comes a little bit more roundy. And that eye may not be as big. I may paint that out. I'm kind of talking through this as I go. I might do this whole sketch again by the time I get done. And he's got all this top fur coming up here. And coming out over here, coming up this way. Coming this way. Like that. And then what really defines him here is all these little lines. And nose may need a little work on it. His ear fur comes down this way. Some neck fur. And then right underneath of his beard hair, coming off this way, starts the head of the other lion cub or lioness, whatever you guys can tell me, coming in here. And she's kind of leaning, I'm going to call her a she, it looks like a she. She's kind of leaning into him. So her head is kind of at an angle. And the ear might be a little short. The ear kind of comes up that way and comes out this way. But you see this, where his nose is, the end of his nose right here, right below the end of his nose is her ear, kind of on that same plane. So I need this ear to kind of be right in there. I had it out a little far. And it kind of, her head kind of comes down this way. And this is you guys here. And it kind of comes like, now, the head is kind of at an angle, and she's kind of, it's kind of interesting. I should be drawing this in pencil maybe. But if I don't get it one page, I'll do it again. I'll keep practicing till I get it. So, and then this is all shadow in here. This part of her head is in shadow. And kind of in there. And her eye is closed. Or looking down too. Kind of like so. And you don't see this eye. This is all in shadow. But you kind of see the head. And you see the nose. I'm kind of talking it out. The head. It's really interesting to kind of draw at this angle. You kind of see the nose in here, and this is all in shadow in here. You kind of see where the eye should be. And this is all in shadow, and you can kind of see where the head ends, right in there. And then his mane kind of comes and falls down here. So he's got a lot of fur, which makes me think his head really isn't that big when you stop to look at it. I got his head kind of big in here now. I felt like it wasn't big enough, but now I'm wondering if maybe I got the head too big. Well, we'll see. And this head might be a little bit too big too. The nose kind of comes down like this. The head kind of comes like that. And that's all in shadow. You don't even see. And I'm just going to kind of scribble it in there. And then his mane kind of comes down. He's got a lot of fur, and that's what's going to be challenging. Just to sketch it out. I might just sketch this out again until I get it. Now she's leaning in, so her body, see how I want to paint out over this? Her body comes out this way over that masking tape. And she's kind of at an angle leaning this way, and her paw comes out. You see her paw out this way. And you see the torso area of her in here. And her other paw, you can't see it very well. It comes out over in here like that. And I'm just going to sketch over this tape for right now, because I'll probably do this again, just trying to figure out, just practicing it. Talking myself through it. There's a lot of detail in here, even of that ear in there, to represent that ear. Just to represent that ear, there's a lot of detail. There's white in there, there's tan, there's fur going this way, there's fur coming down this way, there's a dark ridge in here, there's a little white area up around in there, and that's just the ear. Then there's how the ear kind of folds back in here. There's kind of like a white and a dark area in there, right in there. And then there's all this shadow in here. I'm just going to kind of sketch it in as I'm talking. I might do this again. And then there's fur. I think I got this eye too big. There's fur coming down there, and this is all shadow. The head and the ear and his hair comes down in there. You don't see this. This is all shadow in here. I'm just gonna kind of, I don't like that shape of that in there, but there it is. And then there's defining the head area in here, and then underneath of her chin area down in here. You can see here's her nose. It's a very thin nose right in there, sort of like that. And then you got that little line on her mouth area with a little chin mouth underneath of it. But how to define all that fur in here and differentiate it from all the fur up here and the shadow coming off of the head, that's a challenge. A wildlife sketch challenge. And that eye is entirely too big. I want to get out my white paint and make that eye a little smaller, just because I don't like it. Let me see what I can do here. And this isn't going to be the final sketch. I can tell you that right now. I have to study it. What did I do with my white dollar store paint? Here it is. I like my white dollar store. I'm going to get some more of that. Except that what I see now up there at my dollar store is Prang temper paint. I don't see this anymore. They try to please us. Yeah, I need a crafty brush. Maybe this one will do. poke the hole, poke the bubble. I want to make this eye. I'm going to redo this eye. I'm just going to paint it out. It already looks better. I'll paint it out. Have to give it more than one coat. Now, see that eye? That eye had a lot to do with it. Let's smooth that out a little. And I think his nose, I need to paint out some of his nose in here too. Just little things. That already looks better. And let's paint this out a little in there. Already looks better. So while I'm doing that, let's wash out my brush and let's play with the walnut ink. Just play with it. Let's dwell on the heads in this sketch. I like the composition. She might be a little bit large in here for his head. I think her head needs to be smaller according to in relation to his. So let me paint all that out again. I got her head too big in here. I like this area. I like how it relates there, but I don't like how big. Because see, her head is just a little bit, just a teeny bit smaller. I think her head's too big. She's got a big head. So I'm gonna play with this. I think I got the angle, but I want it a little bit smaller. And I don't mind doing this to help me understand what I'm doing. And then when I do a final one, it helps me more understand where I'm going with it. And let's paint this area out in here too. I got all this out of my lid. I've been using up my paint here. It's way down at the bottom. And I'll sketch over this. Just trying to get the sizes right. Let me just smooth this out. Think of this as being white out. I think her head was too big. It needs to be a lot smaller, maybe even her ear. I like the relation of it to him, but it got too big. You're too big. Your head's too big for your... You got a big head. Yeah, get some of that paint off of this. Yeah. Just paint that out. I'll re-sketch that. You can probably see where the lines are, but that's okay for this. We're going to play with my walnut ink. I'm going to take a little of this. Let's put the lid back on this one. Yeah. Get my cup out here. And put just a teeny bit of walnut ink in there and play with it and see what I can come up with. Oh, that's way too much. I'll try that. Now let's put the lid back on that before I spill that. Now this has brown tones, but it also has yellow tones, this sketch. So what do I want to do for the yellow? I have some honey. What did that stain was? Honey. Oh, and I doggone it. What's causing this drawer to stick? Right here. Hold it a minute. My drawer is yeah, there. I had a honey mustard, a honey, that's rusty hinge, but I had a honey color. Where is it? Wild honey, distress stain. Sometimes I like to draw with those. Let's put this one in. Okay. And I'm going to use this brush and this brush. And let's start with the browns. And I'm going to come in here. Now, the walnut ink will dry lighter. It will dry lighter than what I put this on as. Let's put some tones in here. And tones down in here for her head, down in there. Tones down in here. Tones under his eye. And kind of around his nose. In there. Now let's get that other brush. And this is the stain. But I do like to draw with this. Let's see, not this one, but where's my other brush? This little brush, was this the one? Yeah. Let's see if I can get some of this. You're supposed to smish it down on some wax paper or some, smish it down. Let me get a piece of wax paper. I got mad and threw it all away. What I was using earlier tonight. Let me pull out another piece. Yeah. You're supposed to smish it down like so. And let's see what color it makes. Let's try it. Let's try it up in here. Oh, that's pretty. It's maybe a little dark. But if I bring it over the walnut ink, maybe, let's see, that's a little dark. Can I lift some of that with my towel fast? That's better. So I want to water this down. And I could almost use that for their entire skin. In here. and hers too. And I painted her head out. I need to sketch that back in before I go any further. So let's go back and work with the walnut ink. I'm kind of liking those two colors together. So he's got dark. He's got, come on. He's got this dark area right in there. That's where I'm going in here. And I kind of want to just pull it out. I might have to layer it in there to get it dark. And you can see, I think this is his ear. This is his ear right here. Right in there is his ear. So I could kind of define, whoops, I put it in the honey mustard instead of the, I could actually do that with a pen. His ear is in there, and then he's got some fur kind of coming up this way. But I kind of want to catch that dark area in here. And then he's got another dark area. His fur comes down in here. And it doesn't have to be exact. I'm just, you know, playing with it. And this could actually be darker. I'll have to layer it to get. Now I could, let's put this down. I could add another color with, do I have it out here? I was playing with this the other day with spraying with that black ink that alcohol ink. Where did I put that spray? Maybe I put it back in the drawer here. This was made out of markers. Let's just spray a dab on here. Just a dab. Oh, it doesn't spray. I got it all stopped up in there. Let's just put a dab of this on, if I can. I need a pipette. I got pipettes here somewhere. This might be, that's not the, that's walnut ink, I think. Let's, wait a minute. I got some black in here. What I did with the lid. I had a lid to that. Here it is. Is this the black? No. What did I do with the black? Mary's mumbling. This is a dark color. This is, I have a black that I made out of the alcohol ink. I thought that was it. Maybe it's this one. I gotta experiment. I like what's happening. It's not my final piece, but this is how you learn and grow. Oh, and this one doesn't spray either. Is this the one? Same? No, that's not the same one. Yeah, that's black. That other was walnut ink. What I want to do is get some darker tones in there. Put the lid back on that. So I'm just going to take a little and work it in here. That's where I was going with it. Just working it some darker tones in there. And actually it defines the darker tones, define all this area in here too. And you can actually paint with this alcohol ink that you made, just like you can with the walnut ink. it dries pretty fast. You got to work fast if you do it. And the shadow in here is all dark. Kind of work this area in here darker. And around the ear. Defining that ear in here. And around in there. And up in here. And I've almost used up the ink that I put out there. Well, I'm liking that. And then the nose. Oh, my alcohol ink is dry. I don't want to, I know if I put it out here this way, it's going to spill all over the place. I need a palette. That was the other thing Tim Holtz was showing, was when he was working with those distress colors. He was showing these little palettes that he uses. I learned a lot from Tim Holtz this weekend. I enjoyed watching him. Okay, now let's see if I can put this eye back in with not too much trouble. Something like that. And then this is all in shadow in here. Yeah, that's too much. And it's water. Now I shortened that head, but let's let my ink dry and go back to my pen here. Yeah, that may not work. This hair comes down. In there. And in there. And yeah, that's not going to work. I guess I'll go back to my brush and just hope that it's in the right spot. In there for her nose. Right in there. And let's take some of that brown walnut ink and darken this area in here. Yeah. And in here. And let's grab some of this and put it in there. All of this is dark. This is all dark in here. His hair, his mane comes down. And it actually comes out this way too. Let's move this over a little and see if I can't swoosh it up a little like that and over this way. And down this way. Give her some more tonal color in here. So she looks like a lion. You just have to practice, practice, practice. And practice, practice, practice. Hair coming up this way and out this way, all over the place here with this lion. All right, I think I can take my tape off because I think I got the composition. I only had this on for the composition, so I did not make my figures float off the page. It just helped me find my way on the page. I'm kind of liking that. I'm going to bring her out a little bit more down there. But I kind of like this, but I want to bring him out a little bit more in here too. And I think this is sometimes it's good to stop while you're ahead. I've got her a little bit darker, but she is in shadow, but he's a little bit more of that honey colored here. I want to put more honey in her. But I want to take this tape off. The only reason I had this tape on here was to help me not run off the edge of my page with my sketch. I tend to do that. And I'm liking that, to tell you the truth. I want to put some more honey in her. She's too dark. She needs more honey. Maybe in here, maybe. Kind of work it in. And she's actually white. Her paws, she's got a lot of white in her too. If you could see this photo, I'm not sure you guys are seeing it. She's got a lot of lights coming in here. Maybe if I just color some of her around her eye and around her nose area in here. And even make this more of a honey color in here. A honey dark. And my alcohol ink has dried up on me. This black that I was using, that's too blurred out there. Let's get some more out. I should put it in a little pan, but I don't have one out. So I'm just putting it on my wax paper. I need some of Tim Holtz. I've got little trays. I've got all sorts of little stuff. I don't get it out. Now, alcohol ink dries pretty fast. It's alcohol ink. It's supposed to dry fast. This is all shadow in here. This is all shadow. This is all dark. Her head is in shadow. But it's a honey shadow. And actually, this is kind of some shadowing going on in here too, underneath of his chin area. A little light shadow coming on down in here. And this is really dark in here, around his ear, kind of floating out of the hairs. You just got to keep working with it. Now I need to turn my page a little because it, whoops. Now, well, let's get some more of this. So you can kind of build this in layers like you do if you're doing a watercolor. You always put the lightest stuff on first and then you build the darks around it. That's kind of a watercolor technique. Well, that's kind of how it is when you draw with this ink. You get your lighter colors in and then you add your details. So that's some of this coming up in here, sort of. And it's wispy. And it's kind of swoops up like a lion's mane and kind of swoops out and swoops down all over the place. But it does have some, it's not all that color. It's got some dark areas in here too. Now I would say his mane, if you could look at his mane, now you see he's more of a tan color. I've got him more of a honey color because that's what I have. But his mane comes almost down to the bottom of her head. The end of his mane comes right down in here. And then he's got some paws. You don't see his whole body. You just see his big old paws out there. I'm not going to put his paws in. I'm just going to end this. I'm going to end it here. Maybe put some darks in there too. And the other thing is you can't see what's going on over in here. This is so I'm wanting to bring this out more, but I'm not going to because I can't see what's going on over there. And if I use my imagination tells me it should swoosh out a little more, but I don't know. My imagination says it should come there, but we're just gonna kind of, and I don't even want it that dark in there. I just kind of want to give you an idea that he's got. And of course, once you get some of this down, it's down. And even the slightest lines on his face can define it. His mouth area comes down in there, and then he's got, I don't want to do that too much in there. Now, I still think her nose is too big. I got her nose way bigger than it should be. Let's see if I can make it a little smaller with the dark lines here. More like that. And that eye. And some of that honey. Now, I'm not happy with her head. I'm not happy with her head. It is what it is, what it is. I'm going to keep working with it a little here. This area in here needs to be redefined. I'm kind of happy with him so far. I don't think he is what he is for right now. I think I'm going to leave him. This is a good basic sketch for a beginning sketch. Her, or it, she's got too big an area down in here. I'm going to paint a little of this out in here. And come back in with ink again. But for right now, I'm going to paint a little of this out. Just kind of swoosh it out here. A little bit up in there. All right, that's all for now. What did I do with my paint? Now, this area needs to be much darker in there. So let's go to my dried up ink. Let's actually put my pen in there. My paintbrush in there. Woo! Smells like alcohol. This is all shadowy in there. I think that's about as much as I want to do. But it needs to be dark. Now I'm going to put a little bit more. I say she needs more honey. I'll put the lid back on this. Yeah. And her mouth kind of comes down something like that. I'm kind of liking that. The ear, her ear kind of gets lost too. That's because it does get kind of lost in there, but we still need to define it on our drawing. And the way it's defined on here, the way that we know that she has an ear is the ground in here defines the edge of the white of her ear. Well, I don't have a ground painted on here, so I'm going to do a line in here. And it kind of comes down like so. And I think I messed that up. And just keep playing with it till I'm happy with it. And sometimes that overworks it. But I messed this up. It's going to kind of paint it out a little. And let's... And she really has a lot of highlight areas in here like this. She's got highlight around her eyebrow up in here. She's got highlight around her ear coming out there. And kind of blend that in a little bit on her nose, but then a lot in here, in her legs. I can't see what's going on here. Her torso kind of comes down this way, like that. All right, Mary. I'm just not quite happy with her, but she is what she is, what she is. Let's give her some more honey if I can get a hold of it. There's some honey up in here. Whoops, that's white paint. I dipped it in the white paint. I didn't mean to do that. Let's wash that out. Let's smash some more of that honey on here. Don't need much. Just need a smash. She's really kind of dark in there where her face comes down, and then she has that dark define in there, and then she's got white under there. Let's put some more of this honey up in here. I think I'm going to leave this. I think I'm happy with this as a study. I could do better. As I study it, I'll do better. This needs a little more defining in there. I'll probably have to do it a couple times before I'm really happy with it. I'm pretty happy with him. I'm happy with the angle of her head, but I'm not happy with this area of her. I don't quite think I have this area yet. That helped a little. Don't touch it, Mary. Yeah, she keeps playing with it. She's got a, and my alcohol ink is drying up on me awfully fast. She's got a dark line coming in here. I'm going to leave it. It's a good start. It's a good study. And all I used, 3 things when I did this. Well, actually 4. I used my pen. Well, actually 5. I used my masking tape to help me keep the composition. I got it a little over this way, but that's okay. I could bring that mane out a little and center it a little bit more, but I'm going to leave it. I used my pen. I used masking tape. I used wild honey. And I used this rusty hinge. The wild honey, I used the rusty hinge in here. I should have maybe reverted back to the wild honey. And I used walnut ink and black ink that I got out of my permanent marker. So I'm pretty happy with it. I used a pretty limited palette here as far as the tonal values. I've got kind of rustic honey and oranges, and I'm going to put this walnut ink back in here. It's probably not the best thing to do, but this is art journaling. I don't want to waste it. This I just used to paint with and draw with. So let's wipe this out. I kind of use this for different things. This was a lemonade lid to powdered lemonade. Yuck. So let's sign and date this. I'm not too unhappy with it. Let's see. Today is March the 7th. Or was March the 7th. I don't know what it is right now. 2021. I'm pretty happy with that. This area could be just a little bit more tilted. That ear could come in a little bit more. It's up a little high. I could put a little bit more shadowing in there. And then over here is my white owl. And I got a fox and a squirrel and it's like a hummingbird. I guess that's hummingbird, the fox. The squirrel was December. The white owl is January. This is February. The hummingbird is actually going to go to Cheryl once I get a good picture of it. So let me come out and chat. I'm getting ready to sign off. I don't know where you guys are. I've been in my world here. Let's go down to chat. Artie Dar. Hi, Artie Dar. The 3 bears, not the 3 cats. I'm doing it off of a photo. Yeah, the photo I think I got off of Unsplash. Either Unsplash or Pixabay, but I think I got this one off of Unsplash. Thank you, Elizabeth. Mary, room on the lower left corner for a cub. Make it 3. Oh, you mean down in here? Make another one down in here? I could do that. You were talking about this. I don't know if I push this over, I could get another one in there, but yeah, 3 would be nice, wouldn't it? The three cats. The more I look at this, the more I want to put more shadow in there. And I'm going to leave it because the more I, the more I do on it, the worse it gets. So, although this does need some shadowing in there. That head needs to come out to here, the way that it's tilted. This needs to come out more like that. What else is going on here? The 3 bears, not the 3 cats. We could do some bears. We could do some bears. I want to do animals. I want to do animals for my super chat giveaways. So I've done and I've actually sent off some foxes and hummingbirds. And they're just my art. They're not, this is not meant to be super duper art. This is just Mary's sketching. But it'll be a thank you. What's holding me up now is I'm trying to find a good pricing for 5x7s. I want to do them in 5x7s. I can do postcard size, but that's 4x6, and that gets a little small. I'd like 5x7s, but every place I priced one all the way from, well, I would do them at Walgreens. They cost about 59 cents. That's expensive enough, but they're all glossy. I don't want glossy. And so I'm thinking I'm just going to go to the library and see if they'll let me feed some of that Neha cardstock through their printer. It's not hard. It's not thick like this. It's a lightweight cardstock. Even 35-pound, 60-pound cardstock they might let me do through their printer. I'll have to ask. I'm not going to just open it up and do it. That would work for me. And that is the cheapest place that I've been able to make prints, is at our local library. And they come off pretty good, especially something like this that doesn't have a lot of color. Now, my hummingbirds have a lot of color to them. So I could see that using a lot of ink. But something like this is more of a sketch. It has a lot of white. And that's probably what I'll lend toward now, is sketches, rather than a lot of painty art. Let's see, what else is going on here? Julie is here. Artie Dar says, can I have it, my dear Artie GF? That's a compliment. She slays me, Mary. Wow, lions. How did we get there? Late night. Yeah, it's about 11:45. It's about time for me to... Hi, Ellen. Thank you. Ellen Shuren says, great drawing and painting. About a half an hour ago. Rhonda said good night to Beth. All right. Don't forget, tomorrow is... and the schedule is on Aunt Beck's community tab, and I'll bet it's in Phibbsville, and I know it's probably on Tanya and Lisa's channel, Facebook group, for Tanya and Lisa's Streamathon. I have to go look at it myself to get my head straightened out about the times. So, don't forget that's happening tomorrow. And I think the Streamathon's going to be happening. Usually Lisa streams on Monday nights, but she's going to be hosting part of the Streamathon. Tomorrow morning is Monday morning. Dee Dee Willingham at 7:30 in the morning Central, 8:30 Eastern. And Janet Nash 9 o'clock Eastern tomorrow morning. And Janet Young comes on after Dee Dee. Probably around, I want to say around 11 Central, but it might be more around 12. It's up around the noon hour-ish in there. So I won't be on again till Tuesday morning. I need to go to the library tomorrow. That's my big outing tomorrow. And I need to get some larger needles before Thursday. Look at my hands. So thank you for sticking with me. What did I do tonight? I did my Jungle Book cover for my mystery journal. I opened Happy Mail. What did I do before then? I put together my journal pages for April. I did something else. Something else happened. I don't know what it was. Yeah, it's getting late. It's about 11:45. I'm going to call it a night. This will be my thumbnail. Have a great week, everybody. It's the beginning of a new week. Make it a good one. Bye. Thank you, Elizabeth. Julie says it's raining. It's raining on the other side of the world, Julie. I need to put this stuff away or I'm going to knock it over. Bye, everybody.